What's good, family? Oh, yeah. Yeah. All right, y'all. Thank you for tuning in to Knowledge and Relationships. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? It's Mr. Best in the World, 84, and up in the building. You know what I'm saying? So, yes, today's topic is, should America have free health care? You know what I'm saying? I believe that if America had free health care, that it would make life a lot easier. It would make life a lot more flexible for us. And I believe that economically, we'd be able to do a lot more things, you know what I'm saying, if we have free healthcare. I know for myself, man, healthcare costs me a grip each month. It costs me a lot of money each month. You know what I'm saying? But let me give a few shout outs to people who already checked in. Some have checked in earlier, some have checked in right now. Salute to, you know what I mean, Great Pill Podcast. Great Pill, what's good? You know what I mean? Also, shout out to Wally. He said he can't wait for this one. Well, here we are. We right here, baby. You know what I mean? Also, salute to Big Rick Slaps. Big Rick, big brother. What's up, man? What's going on? Also, salute to B-Eazy Dat Dude. B-Eazy, what's good? Also, salute to Rush. He says salute to you too, family. You know what I mean? Link is also within the chat, man. Y'all can feel free to come up. You know what I mean? Come up. You know what I'm saying? So, yes, let's have a discussion, man. Should America have free healthcare? What are the pros and cons? I think it would be a pro thing. I think it would save us money. I think economically, it would help us out. Now, would it cripple the healthcare system? See, that's the question. Would it actually cripple the healthcare system? And would now, healthcare system that we're so used to having, would it now be a little different since everything is free? You know what I'm saying? Because now we see other countries, they have free healthcare. You know what I'm saying? Whether it's, I believe Canada has a reduced healthcare or a free one. And I know, overseas, definitely within Europe, I believe has a free healthcare as well. So would it cripple us as a country, or would it make things better? You know what I'm saying? Like, what would it do? You know what I mean? I think overall it would change some things. It would change the way that we approach our own health. You know what I'm saying? Because health, is two things that require you to have good health. There's two things that you have to do, that you have to have. All right. That is accountability and responsibility. Okay. You have to be accountable. You know what I'm saying? For everything that you take in, the food that you eat, things of that nature. You know what I'm saying? Also, you know what I mean? You got to be responsible for the things that you do as well. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, you know what I mean? All right, M3 on the check-in, he on the check-in. Oh man, okay. I'm trying to read. Okay. All right, so M3, is in the building, but he isn't able to tune in. You know what I'm saying? He's having some technical difficulties, but you know what I mean? He'll try to be up when he can. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, y'all also, you know what I mean? I just want to give a shout out real quick to everybody that just checked in. You know what I'm saying? Mr. Long, good to see you, brother. Thank you for the check-in. Salute. He says, salute Team Free Healthcare. Yeah. I think healthcare should be free. You know what I mean? I think it should be. Salute also to M3. M3, what's good? I see you. Hey, salute to the Brody Martin Hopeful. What's good, family? Also, listen, y'all, make sure, okay, all the content creators y'all see up in here, where you see Rush, you know what I mean? You see Mr. Long, you see my man Martin Hopeful, okay? Make sure that you follow these guys on all the social media platforms. With Rush, it's the Labuto Network, okay? Make sure you follow Rush at the Labuto Network. He's doing some bomb interviews with some bomb people. All right, check that out. You know what I mean? Mr. Long got this Setting the Record Straight Network. Check him out, man. Bomb content. Y'all know what it is. Also, Martin Hopeful has Can't Focus Podcast. You know what I'm saying? Check them brothers out, man. Dope podcast. They doing anything. You know what I mean? And they can't focus, but they do be focused, if you get what I'm saying. But yeah, man. With that being said, y'all, look, I think that overall, right, if you're not accountable, responsible for your own health, you know what I mean, things are going to look really, really shaky. You know what I'm saying? It's going to look really, really shaky. Salute to Wally again. It's good to see you, bro. It's going to be really, really shaky out here. You know what I'm saying? Because health is the supreme wealth. All right? You can have all the money in the world, but if your health is off, it's a wrap for you. You know what I mean? Also, salute to my man, Vaughn Eric. Salute. Also, salute to Intrepidus Ducks. Hola to you too, sister. Good to see you, family. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to drop the link again for anybody who wants to come up and discuss this topic. I'm going to drop the link once again. You come through. You know what I mean? Say your opinion. You know what I mean? So, Wally is on a check-in again. He says, I see the link. He says, let's say how this free healthcare coming out. Look, I think it could be done many ways, right? Okay, so of course it's gonna be a gradual process. It's not gonna be we just one day wake up and everything's free. That's not gonna happen. Okay, you know what I mean? She said, "Nice seeing you. My housemate's eating, but when she's done, I pop in and say hi." Okay, family. All right, definitely come in. You know, I am three throwing the Spanish up out there. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what he's saying, but I think he said hello. Hello, my female friend. I guess what he said to Miss Ducks. All right. I think that's what you said. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. With that being said, right, I think it's gonna be a gradual process. It's not something that's gonna like happen overnight. Like, if y'all think that we get free healthcare, they just gonna boom, we just pop up and one day, oh, everything is free. No, that's not how it's gonna happen. Okay, it's going to be a gradual process, just like everything in this country is. Okay, everything is a gradual process. All right, so it's gonna take some time. It's gonna take some things, being changed over, switched over. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just how it is. You know what I mean? And if you're not flexible in doing that, then, and with that process, you're going to get frustrated. You're going to get completely frustrated. Well, I was correct. Okay, bro. You know what I mean? I know my little Espanol, you know what I'm saying? I know a little bit of it, you know what I mean? Just a little, not too much, but just a little. Enough to get me by. You know what I mean? Hey, fam, you ain't got to thank me, man. You know how we do, baby. You know how we do. So he's in a check-in. Marion hopefully says, thanks, fam. I think America is good fit for it. We can, the fund police put the extra money towards healthcare. I know it ain't that easy, but it's doable. I believe it is. Yeah, it's totally doable. But see, in the process of that, remember, this is what you got to remember, y'all. When you take something away, right, you have to put something in, okay? It ain't gonna just be where we get rid of everything and just now everything's free. No. It's gonna be a process. All right. Now, within that process, you know what I'm saying? Empty welcome to Martin Hopeful. Definitely. Within that process, you know what I'm saying? Understand, we may have to go through a little time where things are a little bit iffy, right? Where they're trying to figure things out. They may try to figure out, you may have to pay for certain things in healthcare, right? So you may not have to pay for the actual medicine, but you may have to pay for surgery. So surgery may go up and be sky high, which it already is, right? So surgery already is a sky high. So imagine now, since your medicine is free, now instead of your surgery being $3K, now it's $6K, right? Or $7. So now everything is different. You know what I'm saying? Everything is different. Because now the healthcare thing, you know what I mean? And M3 salute everybody again in the building. You know what I'm saying? Everything's different now. You know what I mean? Okay, so she said be in. So she don't really know the Espanol like that, M3, but she appreciate that. She knows it from ordering food. Okay, we see you. Healthcare is massively important. It is important. It is. But see, family, here's the thing. It's going to be a process, all right? Now, if y'all don't think it's going to be a process and you don't think that certain things are not going to be affected, then you must not know economics. And economics, if you do one thing or anything socially, economically, anything to do with any of those things are going to change. You change one part of the country or we change one law, everything's going to change, okay? Nothing is going to stay the same, all right? While he on the check-in, he said, the fun of police, well, I guess everyone better have a gun, even though everyone doesn't want one. Look, I'll say this, right? I think, okay, this is what I feel about the whole defund the police and everybody getting firearms and all that. I think if you want to get a firearm and you want to be responsible, definitely do it, right? Definitely do that. Definitely y'all get the likes up. Y'all know what it is. We on a path to 4,000 subscribers and beyond. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know what it is. So, of course, healthcare is important, right? Well, no, I was answering Wally's question about the defund the police. My bad, y'all. So, if we defund the police, right, we do all these different things. We come with all these different statutes and laws and things of that nature. And so now we mostly got to protect ourselves. Understand that not everybody who carries a firearm is going to be responsible. Hell, we even know law enforcement is not responsible for firearms. So now you have regular civilians, right, who have the most basic of training on how to use a firearm. You're expecting them to now go out in society and be able to protect not only themselves, but possibly their family and others. That's a lot to ask, okay? Not everybody be able to do that. Some people may not want to take that responsibility on. Some people, they may get a little frantic when they pull the trigger, even with the most training they could ever do. Let's say they go to training let's say once every week, right? They train to shoot a gun. Shooting a gun when you're training and actually shooting somebody is two different things, right? If you're shooting a target that you're practicing on, that's not a live person. They're not moving. It's not a moving target. You know what I'm saying? And also, when you're shooting somebody, your conscience is going to kick in. Like, damn, all right, if I shoot them up, you know what I'm saying? They might die. You know what I'm saying? Like, so your conscience may start to, mess with you because you've never, ever been in that situation before. You know what I'm saying? You may think that, okay, I'm strapped, I'm ready. But if you've never even shot somebody before and now you get a gun, and even if you're practicing, it's a whole different experience now that you got to shoot somebody. So maybe you adapt quickly. Maybe you've been practicing and you ready to pull out and go out. You know what I'm saying? And do your thing if you have to. But some people, even if they've been practicing for a minute, it's a difference when you got to hit a moving target or a live person or an animal or whatever you got to shoot to protect yourself, right? It's a whole different situation. Let me get to this comments, man, because y'all definitely chopping it up. Ron Eric says, I got B-Eazy Dat Dude up in the building. Yeah. Let me add the homie to the stream. You know what it is. So let me get to the comments real quick, B-Eazy, before I get to your take, bro. Vaughn Eric says, how much health care we get for free? Would it work like Canada? Will our taxes go up? If so, is it really free? Yeah, something's going to change. Look, the U.S. going to get their money. I want y'all to understand that. It ain't going to be where y'all just get free health care and y'all able to rock. U.S. ain't going to get no money. They're going to get something from this, all right? They're not going to give you just nothing free. Like, when they gave you all them benefits and all that money during COVID, you know what I mean, or during the pandemic, y'all see what happened, man. Y'all see what happened right after that, right? Everybody getting them PPP loans and all that. Now people are struggling because they got to pay that back. You know what I'm saying? Also, she says, Medicare for all dengue, we are less productive due to untreated conditions. I hear you. We could have better workforce with healthcare. True. And 3 says, tax will go up eventually, Von Eric. It will. Wally says, Von Eric, I'm telling you, there will be a cycle of madness. It sure will. He said, LOL, you assume everyone has a conscience, but you're correct that most will not have one and will hesitate. Hey, it all depends on the person. It depends on the person. You never know the situation until you face it. Big Rig giving an eye. Big Rig, big brother, what up? He said, be right back, fading out from Wi-Fi area. All right, bro, all right. B-Eazy, what's good, baby? What's your take on this, man? What you think? Should America have free healthcare?
Yeah, I would definitely say they should. And anybody that's worried about taxation, the taxes is going up right now, but what are you getting for it? So right now, people's taxes are going up and no one is complaining. And then people are saying, hey, well, what about free healthcare that actually benefits everyone? Man, but what about the taxes? You're not complaining. You're not complaining today about your tax rate, but you're only complaining about taxes on a proposal that will help everyone. And America, they always like to beat their chest, right? And say it's the greatest nation. There's not a thing that we couldn't do, right? We can send a man to the moon. If you believe that, some don't, We can do all of this stuff. We're trying to put people on Mars. And then you say, oh, well, what about free healthcare? Since we can do anything, we could do that, right? Oh, whoa. Now you're pushing it. Huh? We could go millions of miles out of space. We could figure that out. But we somehow just simply can't figure out how to give everyone healthcare. So it's not that we can't, it's just that we choose not to. And they have people that would benefit from free healthcare complaining and holding water for big pharma. So anyone that doesn't know this, Moderna had been around 11 years. You know how many times they made a profit? 0 times. You know when they did finally make a profit? When the C-19 came out. So
wow.
No one has to take my word for it. Look it up. So these companies are out there. They're using the next illness, next pandemic, next thing that they could cure. They don't want cures. They want treatment. That's why they always talk about treatment. And you hear access to healthcare. You have access to anything. You have access to a Lamborghini dealership. But do you truly have access to that Lamborghini? And that's the same analogy to healthcare. You have access to healthcare, but do you truly? Go down there and say my arm is broke. What are they going to ask you? Are they just going to immediately fix it? Or are they going to say, who is your health insurance provider? And there's a difference between health insurance and health care. You pay for insurance to someone who doesn't even provide the care. Does that even make any sense to you?
Damn.
But no one wants to have this deep conversation because a lot of people are like, well, I'm healthy, I don't got to think about it. Yeah, you're not going to be healthy all the time. And now people's kids are getting sicker by the moment. I'm seeing people under 18 drop from cardiac arrest. Some say it's due to the injection that they took. That can be conspiracy. Some of it is confirmed, but let's just say it was 100% true. Would they tell you? Would they even tell you? So it doesn't even matter whether it's 100% true or not. We don't need to be taking it lightly. And I heard someone say earlier, which I was going to talk about, the healthcare thing. This is a capitalist nation, right? And they don't want people lazy, and you want people to pull yourself up by your bootstrap and work until you're 65. How many people is even gonna make it to 65 if they don't have health care? Well, that's your problem. Just figure it out. Okay, so you want me to figure it out? The rent is rising. People can't afford food. The price of gas and everything. People is putting off certain treatments that they should get, certain checkups that they should get because they know how much it costs. You go in I went in one time for an ear infection and it was super late. And it was the emergency room. It was like $500. They seen me for like less than 5 minutes. Oh yeah, here, all you need to do is take this. 5 minutes, bill $500. So people are complaining about all these taxes and stuff. What if I have to pay more taxes? Yeah, what if you had to pay more taxes and then as soon as something happens to you or your kid, you just walk in and they fix it, right? Because of course it's going to cost something. Imagine if your house was on fire, but before they put it out, hey, Mr. Best, let me see your fire insurance card. Imagine if the police was like that. It's all still the same. It's public funded. How do you think the fire department comes and puts out fires? Are you paying a fire tax? No, you're not. You're not directly, but maybe the city is. So when you go to the grocery store, the tax man used to be $8.75. Now it's 9% or 10%. So what if they raise the taxes? Maybe that'll get you to stop doing all this frivolous spending anyways. I'm willing to pay more in taxes if it's going to mean that someone else has health care, right? And some people say, hey, I knew someone, and I'll just leave it with this and we can continue the discussion. I knew a lady who her husband was paying her health care, and she was saying, we have really good health care, a really good health plan. And I was I asked her, what is your opposition to free healthcare? And she was talking about socialism. We just can't do it. And it's going to mess up the cost. And I said, how much are you paying for him, his wife, and 2 kids? He's paying $6,000 a month for healthcare. $6,000.
God dang.
Bruh. And she was arguing against free healthcare. And she said, yeah, we get a really good plan. We got the best of the best doctors. And her husband is like, I don't know what field he's in. I think he's in the tech field. So he is an extremely high earner. But what about the people that are not high earners? See, that's what people will say, hey, I'm good. But what about your neighbor? Or what about the kids that your daughter or son is going to school with? You don't care that they can't afford $6,000. So then when they come to school hungry or distressed and start bullying people or rob your kid, and you like, oh, someone do something. Well, your kid has something that they can never dream of having. And yeah, it's not the right thing, but if we live in a society where no one cares about each other, if you don't care about your neighbor's health care, why the heck should a bully care about the well-being of your child?
Facts.
Go ahead and rock out, bro.
Man. Whoo. Hey, I'm about to say, I'm about to give my Mr. Best up name to B-Eazy, man. B-Eazy is Mr. Best now. No, it ain't me no more. No, I'm joking.
No,
You know what I'm saying?
I couldn't accept that, man. It's very apropos for you, bro. But thank you, bro.
Oh
I
man, I
truly
appreciate you.
appreciate that.
No problem, no problem. Big Rig, I see you in the building, baby. I'm about to get you in a second. Man, shout out to Johnson Different. What's going on? What's going on? You know what I mean? Give a shout out to everybody. Also salute to Kings and Dreams. I see you in the building. Also salute to Grizzly Bear Productions. What's good? What's good? You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Big Rig, man. What's your take, man? What you think? Should America have free healthcare? What's your thoughts?
Yeah, salute, man. You can catch some more of that type of spiel, you know what I'm saying? Tuesday nights, easily rigged, you know what I'm saying? We usually about 10:30, you feel me? So y'all pull up, you know what I mean? But on the topic, yeah, man, I definitely agree that we all should have free healthcare, bro. There's a lot of stuff that I don't think people know, like, you know, like my pops and like grandpa and stuff like that. Like they had some pretty, like, you know, big bills, man, when it came to you know, their healthcare, man, from you know, machines and all that type of stuff, man. It gets pretty deep, you know what I mean? And but what I came up for really was just to kind of put out there, like, you know, people, you know, when they get incarcerated, bro, you're under the state, you know, and that's county or whatever, you know, you're under the state. And a lot of people, you know, that I know that didn't have health care and would maybe have some problems, they would take care of it while they, you know, were in jail or, you know, under you know, that state, you know, guidance, you know what I'm saying? Because then they wouldn't have to pay for it, bro. You know what I mean? And it was just kind of weird to me, like, you know, you can be incarcerated and be slaved because everything that you're doing in there, you're getting paid pennies, you know what I'm saying? But they give you like a health care, bro, you know what I'm saying? And it's just, you get out into the
Rick,
yo,
the reason why they give you that is because they want you to continuously being that slave, right? We need our
oh
slave.
man, bro, you
Pretty
know,
much,
and
right? If
well,
you had a worker horse on it, we got to keep giving them stuff, just so he can keep running around the track. And I knew a dude who went to jail, and he was like, "Man, I got my teeth fixed up in there."
yeah,
And I
man.
said, "Bruh," I told him, I was like, "Bruh, you did 5 years." He said, "That little time." That's what he said.
Hey, I'm gonna be honest, bro. I got my first pair of glasses being incarcerated. You know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't know that they told me, hey, why don't you go ahead and just, you know, get your eyes and everything checked out or whatnot. And you know what I'm saying? If you need glasses, we'll go ahead and take care of that for you. And I was like, you know, kind of on some parole type. And I was like, huh? And they did. You know what I'm saying? But like, after you're done with all of that, oh no, that ain't in play no more. You know what I'm saying? But it really just tripped me out, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, if they can do it like that in places like Canada, you know, I think they do it like that. I don't see why we can't. I understand why, because of the money. Like I said, you know, from my pops and my grandpa, you know, they have some pretty hefty bills, man. You know what I'm saying? But you know, I never really, I really never understood how they did that. You know, you can be incarcerated underneath the state, as they would call it, and you get that, but just once you're out of their hands or whatnot, regular civilian, no action.
And peep how like sick this is, right? They'll tell you, pull yourself up by your bootstraps, work harder, right? So cool. I get a job, and I'm just, you know, make an example, right? I get a job at McDonald's, Walmart. I'm busting my butt, barely making ends meet. Meanwhile, the dope man is making way more money than me, getting way more chicks than me, riding fly. Then he gets locked up, and he gets access to health care that I don't even have.
Wow.
And people's telling me that you don't deserve it. Work harder, bro. I'm working 2 jobs that I can't even, paycheck to paycheck. Nobody, and then nobody wants to talk about this too. How much does it cost per prisoner per year? Because a lot of cats want to say, lock those dudes up. Okay, you know how much it costs per year? No one has to take my word. Look it up. 36,000 per year per prisoner. The prisons, and this was according to 2018. So what inflation is probably closer to 40K per day per prisoner. And this is just nationally. When you deal with California, places like Cali and New York, everything's bigger, better, and more expensive. So it's closer to like 50 plus K per prisoner per year. But they won't give you, hey, here, Mr. Beth, here's a 50K stipend for your health care per year. For you, your lady, they won't do that. But you're on the bill you're on the foot for the bill.
I wish they would.
For taxpay for prisons, bro. Why do you think they keep putting up these prisons, bro? Why do you think politicians and other people have stocks in prisons? In order for your stock to flourish, you need it to be productive and thriving. What gets a prison productive and thriving? Having bodies in there. What are those bodies predominantly going to look like? So of course they don't mind giving them health care, right? They're just gonna bring some immigrants over here that will be willing to work for much lower wages. And mind you, when they bring the immigrants over here, they give them lower wages and they don't give them any health care.
Damn, that's true.
Plenty of people, I've talked to people, and Mr. Best, maybe you know about this too, because I know, if I'm not mistaken, you are in the tech sector, but many in Silicon Valley, when they come over here, a lot of those positions, they will give them to like a lot of Indians, Asians, non-black immigrants. And you'll be like, dang, how they get in them? There's a lot of nepotism, but they'll offer them lower than, they'll say, Mr. Best, you're American and you are qualified, which is why we're going to hire this person who's qualified, but he's not making the demands that you're making, and we don't have to pay him health care. He's just happy to be here. He came from Sri Lanka or Afghanistan, Pakistan. He knows better not to ask for anything. His country is in ruins or his government is corrupt. They're not going to speak out against this. Meanwhile, you like, bro, I've been here 10 years. I deserve a raise. You don't even give me health care for my family. They're like, all right, whatever, just move on. These people are not asking for that. And when they come over here and they have a family of doctors, do they really need to, how much about healthcare do they really need to focus on, right? They got the money to pay $6,000 for healthcare, and they got the money to probably buy some equipment and have their own office at their house. So if their family members do get ill, they could treat them there. American born citizens don't even have this luxury. But we, because we want to all lives matter and people of color, everything. These people are not coming over here to be doctors to just help save the lives of us, to help lift us by our bootstraps, help empower us. So even, and this is not a black issue, but when people try to frame it as a black issue, a poor issue, a person of color issue, then people kind of, it's just kind of, it's like they're digging their own demise. You know what I mean? So it's wild, bro. The people that will benefit from this, bro, no matter how good in shape you are, everyone has some sort of illness and ailment. And people will say, not me. Well, what about your mental health? Oh yeah, I am kind of messed up. That's some sort of illness or ailment. You know what I mean? We only limit it to physical. I could do 500 push-ups. I could bench press this. I could do that. Yeah, but it's your mind, right? Your mind is in a state of delusion. Your mind is in a state of dysfunction, which means you have a mental health issue and or ailment. But see, other people will think, hey, well, I'm not diabetic. Yeah, but what if your neighbor is diabetic? You want, and then you're gonna be the one crying at the funeral and putting a shirt saying R.I.P. when you could have been pushing the line to advocate for your friend to get the proper health care. Big Rig, just like many others, he said his parents or his family members had multiple bills when they went away. You know why they had multiple bills? Because they didn't want to go get the preventive care. You know why? Because it was too expensive. That's how the bills add up. If you got a car and you see the check engine light on, if you get it while it's in the first month, cool. But if you ride 6 months with the check engine light, now the costs are more expensive. So it's the same thing with healthcare. Our check engine light has been on, but we're just like, let's just, band-aid the situation. But there's not enough band-aids to cover that illuminating check engine light. We really need to do a diagnostic. But then it's like, damn, the diagnostic is too much. I don't even want to do that. So there's really no real tangible arguments. It's just a lot of straw man arguments against it in speculation saying, oh, well, the healthcare will be worse and all of this stuff. So what you're telling me is that we just simply can't figure it out. You're just giving up hope. But the only people that say that is people that don't understand the politics of it, and it's usually someone that's getting paid by big pharma to keep the system the way it is. And as much as the politicians don't want to talk about, they want to talk about socialism and pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Guess what type of plan they have? A government health care plan. So they're telling you like, oh no, go get private insurance. You don't want the government program. Medicare and all this stuff is trash. But guess what they have? A government health care plan. There's constant videos of them saying that they have like the Cadillac package of health care. You know what I mean? And this is government. But they're telling
the Cadillac package.
Bruh, there was a politician from Colorado. He actually said that specific word, that it was the Cadillac package. You know what I mean? He said in a perfect world, that's what everyone would have. But so that's what they have. But they want to make you like, bruh. So they associate everything with the government as socialism and handouts and welfare. But who do you think gets the most welfare? The richest and the most wealthiest. And health is a form of welfare. Why don't they pay with their own private doctors? Yeah, of course they have private doctors through government paid health care, while they're telling you that government health care is so trash. Well, Nancy Pelosi, Joe Biden, all of them cats is 80. How many people you know in your family that regularly make it to 80? They would if they had that form of health care.
Not many.
Exactly. Go ahead and rock out, Wally.
Man, Wally, man, what's good, baby? Should America have free healthcare? That is the question. Should America have free healthcare? Wally, what's good?
What's up? Should it have free healthcare? Let me just say this right now. There's nothing free. My thing is this, because my thing is I look at it from just building blocks. So my thing is when we talk about free healthcare, well, air quotes to the free. My thing is where exactly is that free healthcare going? Are we talking about just your local hospital, your local PCP doctor, or we're talking about hospitals? How far is that reaching? And then is it only just for humans, or are we calling for pets?
Honestly,
okay.
That the pets one was a good question. I'm gonna be real. We would probably get the pets one first, bro, because if you've seen the way these cats fought to have like service animals, like literally anything is a service animal now. Before, I have a family member who's legally blind, so she actually walked with a cane and had a service animal. There's other peoples that now they have service animals because they're lonely. Like KS would say, buy a dog or die alone or something. Some people say, hey, I don't want to do that. So
It's
I'm
a
going
support
to get
dog or something, dog.
correct. Correct. And it's actually legal. So when you
It
go
is
to
legal.
a place of business and I say, hey, I don't want
Riggs,
that
don't laugh
dog
at
in
them,
there.
Riggs.
Well, if I say
I ain't laughing. My stepdaughter got one, bro.
Oh,
We go
damn.
camping. She bring the dog. That dog go everywhere she go, bro. All she gotta tell me is it's a support dog, bro. I ain't
That's
laughing.
what I
I'm
was,
just saying it's real. It's real deal.
that's all I was saying. Like,
Mm.
whether you at the grocery store, the bank, if you say a service animal, I've never seen them turn it down. So Wally, I'm gonna let you cook. I just want to say people are very adamant about pets' rights, and I've seen people go harder for pets' rights than human rights, and it's kind of crazy.
Yo, they will, hold on, Wally. They will do anything for these goddamn pets, all right? Literally anything. Sweaters, they give them clothes, all types of stuff,
Bro,
man. It
it's
goes beyond
wild,
the doggy
bro.
treat. Wow.
Mr.
Go ahead,
Best,
Wally, my bad.
I know it's like that where you at, Mr. Best. It's definitely like that out here.
Man.
I mean, shoot. Look, I mean, I never seen no pet get stopped just going to the store. I doubt they even asked them, "Oh, is that a service pet?" Like they just let them walk in there.
Facts.
So, I
hold
never
on.
seen them ask that.
Intrepidus says here folks ask for a card. When you say here, what state or region is that? Yeah, because I'm with you, Wally. I seen people walk in with big pit bull German shepherds. I'm looking like
See now, now those types of dogs, now that's different. Now we talking about those types. Now we talking about those types of dogs. Now that, yeah, you could definitely have to get something for that, because you know, God forbid, boy, one loose of the chain, that's your ass. One loose of the chain, that is your ass, boy. Those dogs are motherfuckers out there.
It's a postman, that's your ass.
Yep, that is definitely your ass. Look, I don't put that past nobody. No type of dogs will not be allowed.
Hold on, Wally. You saying when somebody say he don't bite?
I don't hear that. If that was gonna be the case, you damn sure better show me some heavy proof that dog is so well trained to the point it won't move without your call. Literally, without you even holding the leash. You see those videos with those very trained dogs, bro.
Hold on, Wally. You want them to put you in demonstration? Sit.
No, I'm not having pet phobia.
Wally afraid of dogs.
You pet phobia? All right. Tell that to the lady that got kids. When your kids get bit, they coming for you. They coming for your behind. Swing your behind left and right like a mofo.
Wally will put you in front of anything if a dog come out, bruh.
Hey, Wally,
right behind you, like you taking the hit. You taking the hit.
Y'all can have all y'all jokes y'all want to. You know this is true.
Hold on, before we proceed, we got to get to the bottom of this. Wally, was you like traumatized or bit by a dog as a kid or something?
No.
You never got bit by a dog?
Yesterday.
I got bit by a dog, but that doesn't mean I was traumatized, though.
Okay, I ain't gonna lie.
There you go.
There it goes.
The truth comes out.
My critter's like, how dare you?
Oh, snap. Okay.
I knew the dog.
You don't leave us a dog.
But I knew the dog.
She put the doggy on camera.
Hey,
Intrepidus, what kind of dog is that?
He's a husky German shepherd mix.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Wally, that dog will bite the hell out you, boy.
He will. This is a biter, actually, but I've trained him as such.
Oh, wow.
I got all the jokes.
Yeah.
Hey, Wally, you having flashbacks?
Oh.
Again, I got all the jokes.
Hey, my bad, Wally. Go ahead and finish your point, and then we're going to Intrepidus. My bad, Wally.
Nonetheless, but look, at the end of the damn day, that's all I gotta say right there. When we look at this, we gotta start from the building blocks, because at the end of the day, you gotta really ask yourself, where is that going to be covered? Is it just covered locally, or is it covered across the board, as far as local hospitals and at the same time the bigger hospitals? Because I will say this, in requirements, I definitely do agree.
Are you for or against it?
If we're talking about massively saying free healthcare, then I'm against. But we're talking about certain situations, then I'm for it. So I can see in certain situations is that you should be able to do it.
Hold on, Wally. You kind of double speaking. So
yeah, that didn't make no lick of sense to me, Wally. I'm just saying.
No. Look here.
No, ain't no. This ain't no song, brother.
Yeah, this some no. Y'all think
Hold on. If it's up, then it's stuck.
There ain't no hold on over here, man.
Thank
Damn,
you.
that was perfect. Go ahead.
So, Wally, what exactly are you against?
Okay, like I said again, if we're talking about a widespread of our nation being wholly covered by free healthcare, I don't agree with that. But if we're talking about certain situations, okay, fine.
Okay, what are the certain situations that are fine?
Okay, for instance, perfect example. If we're talking about a woman getting healthcare for free, yeah, like if she's getting pregnant, I would definitely say, yeah, cover a woman's free healthcare from that time range. From the time range that she's trying to birth the child, yeah, cover it. Cover all of it for free. Because 9 times out of 10, I say it like this, right? If you calculate how much times a woman gets pregnant throughout the years, you can guarantee like it's pretty much going to be low. So
yeah, but if your solution passed and they get free healthcare, you don't think birth rates would go up? You think they're going to stay stagnant?
But see, think about it. If birth rates go up, right, in most cases, this is what I'm thinking, right? My thing is at least there is a fair assessment to it all. Even then, right? All I'm saying is with healthcare
a fair assessment by whom?
Well, no, okay. When I say fair assessment, I mean a fair assessment as saying, like, think about it. Like, we're most likely looking at it as who's more vulnerable in the case, right? Between men and women amongst, health overall. I think women are more vulnerable. So I think it just makes it more sensible to do that.
Okay, it depends on the woman and the man. It depends. You can't say that overall, Wally. You cannot.
Well, we all know it's not overall, but even then, when we're talking about it, looking at it from a bird's eye view, though, like if you're in basic everyday health, as an everyday human being, basic everyday health, who's more vulnerable? 9 out of 10, more likely the woman.
Okay, but hold on, Wally. A woman getting pregnant. I'm not disagreeing with your specific position on the woman getting pregnant, but the woman chose to get pregnant outside of those, non-consensual things. There was a choice between two consenting adults. Hold on. Let me just get this out, Wally. So you're saying, hey, a person made a choice to have an intimate encounter and they should be rewarded free healthcare because of that. And then you also talked about the most vulnerable. There's plenty of kids struggling in society with all sorts of mental health issues. Kids are getting heart attack issues, having cancer. Aren't they more vulnerable than a woman choosing?
And I understand that. Once again, I'm talking about men.
Why didn't you mention them first?
Well, we all know that. Well, come on, B-Eazy. I think that should be the most clearest thing on the table.
I'm just saying, you said the most vulnerable, and then you immediately went to pregnant women.
Okay, but with that said, fine. I'll keep it this way. For that, I concede on that point. Yes, kids should be the most ones out of all of it. That's common sense, though. But nonetheless.
Okay, cool. I'm sure we could go back and forth, but that was a good exchange, Wally. But I'm gonna let Intrepidus go real quick. But before we go, I just want to say I know Wally was having traumatic. Wally ain't afraid of no debate, no smoke, but what he is afraid of.
Again, really, all the jokes. I tell you, all the jokes.
Intrepidus, you still there?
You afraid of that barking dog?
I actually saw a comment you posted from someone off of YouTube who was saying that, Medicare and Medicaid are the worst. Let me tell you something. I've been on disability. I'm not on it any longer. The Medicare Medicaid combo was the best care I've had in my life. And that actually was a big part of what helped me get well. I did not get that through any paid insurance programs that I've done in the past. I did not even get that kind of care through TRICARE. So, I mean, so the Medicaid, pays for everything, right? But this is just how it works in my area and my experience here. It doesn't get you the best doctors. Once you combine it with Medicare, now you have access to all the nice doctors. And that's when I was finally able to get a really good treatment team.
Okay. I get it. So, because my thing is, all right, for those who are against, I don't. I'm listening to get caught up. I'm listening to know. Okay. It's just it's just an open question. The question is, should America have free healthcare? So that's all it is. It ain't even like a really. We ain't got no questions. We ain't got none of that. This is a free flowing topic, and I just think that question alone, we can build off of that for hours if we want it. You know what I'm saying? Big Rick, I see you got the camera on, brother. So definitely, I know you want to build. So go ahead, brother.
Oh no, I was just listening in. I was just listening.
Yeah, see, and this is just an open dialogue, and any other question, and I know Wally knows this because Wally is my dog, always joke, but none of
actually,
go ahead, Big Red.
After you done, I did have a question looking at chat because I just want to kind of see the perspective that they was maybe coming at, because they said they agree with not 100% healthcare for people, and Wally kind of was putting the stipulations, on it. Also, I was just wondering what would be wrong with it 100% for everybody. Like, if you're willing to do it through a certain stage, why cut it off? What would be your reasoning?
Because you need to pull yourself up by your bootstraps. According to the high value nurse, he says if healthcare became free, the care would be the absolute worst. Ask people on Medicaid and Medicare, and I think that's what Intrepid is.
That's what she was speaking on, saying that it wasn't a bad deal like that.
But see, this is an issue where we let our country off the hook. We just make, and this is not to the high value nurse. Salute to that brother. I know he's doing good work over there. I'm just speaking to the general sentiment. We just accept this. Let's just concede the point and say that this is true. It would be the absolute worst. We just leave it at that. It would be the worst up, so don't do it. Let's move on. Let's eat hot Cheetos and watch Netflix. Nah. How about we ask why would it be the worst and start digging that? But no one wants to ask the why. All of these, hold on, let me just finish this real quick and I'm gonna go right to you, Wally. All of these brilliant minds, but no one wants to ask the why. We can figure out everything else, but we just simply can't figure out how to do this. We can figure out how to Does anybody know what the military spending budget is per year? Does anybody know?
Multi-millions?
780 billion per year.
Damn.
Yeah,
no, billion. 700. Yeah. No one is. No one is. They're just like, oh yeah, we need that to defend our country. From what? From China and TikTok. We need 780 billion to block TikTok.
They send out soldiers out there across the other countries. Literally, and then of course they're talking about over here. So yeah,
and that costs 780 billion to defend. And you know that we spend as much as Russia, China, and like 3 other countries combined.
Well, of course, because they don't outspend their soldiers; they keep it in house. That's part of it, at least.
Have you seen what the soldiers have? So on sheer numbers, let's just talk about that. On sheer numbers, China has 1 billion people, and we have how many? 300, let's just say 370. Out of 370, do you think it's 370 soldiers? We have a population of 370. We don't have 370 soldiers. And I'm not saying out of their 1 billion plus that all billions are soldiers. They got more than 370 million soldiers. That's for certain. They have more men That's for certain. They don't even the little stuff that they have showing on here. They block it over there. They blocked many YouTube. I think they blocked YouTube because they would have access to that stuff. And I'm not saying just on those facts alone. I'm saying they're doing all of this stuff with less money. They have nuclear weapons too. They're working with other countries too. They colonizing parts of Africa too. So, where is all of this money going to? And then let's just say, okay, cool. We spending all of this money is mainly lining the pockets of defense contractors, old defense contractors who wouldn't even get out and put any work in the field. And then who is going to fight these wars? Let's just say that we are trying to protect our country and they come over here. Who is about to fight? A bunch of fat, out of shape people, a bunch of intellectually dumbed down people, a bunch of people that is like, the community is dead. Oh, the whites are right. Come on, bro. What are we talking about here? And then cool, I want to go fight the war, but man, I'm diabetic and I got to take my insulin. I want to fight the war, but I'm asthmatic and I need my pump. Bro, what are we talking about? We're not fighting anything. We won't even fight against our own human rights in our country, but we think that we're just going to suddenly, oh yeah, well, we spend all these billions on military, so we'll be fine. No one knows what that money is going to. Even I just said it right now, and Wally was like, yeah, I'm not surprised. No one is surprised, and no one cares. But when we talk about healthcare, nah, that's a bad idea. I've never heard one person say spending all this money on military. And when they spend all this money on military, you know who they practice it on? Not on Russians, not on Chinese people, on people that look like you, Wally. But people are like, yeah, well go ahead, because we got to defeat the Chinese. Like, come on, bro. It starts getting a tad bit goofy, bro. Go ahead and rock out, Wally.
God damn.
Hey, it is what it is on that one. But even on then, my only one thing, the reason why I put in the quote unquote conditions of it is because I'm just looking at it from one stance of something else. But okay, wait, let me hear Big Rich say it again, because I literally lost train of thought of what I was gonna really say based on my
well, I'm gonna say it again, but also I'm a little confused because I was kind of getting a take from B-Eazy that he was against it, but then as he just ended his statements he was just making, now it sounded like as if they could spend the money on this war stuff, why couldn't they just go ahead and kind of spend it on this healthcare so everybody can have it? That's what I was kind of getting. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but what I was asking, Wally, I was asking, you said you didn't have a problem with the free healthcare, for the woman for whatever reason up to a certain point.
No, I'm saying like just all around. Like I just put the woman as an example, but all around.
Well, okay, whichever, just whatever your example was. But you said for up to a certain point, and then basically, that was it. Basically, do what you got to do. Mm-hmm. And all I was saying was, well, if you would do it for up to a certain point, why would you stop? Why would you cut it off? What was the reasoning for that?
Well, it's not even a simple sense of saying cut it off. Like the free, like even then, the healthcare option will still be there. But what I'm saying is, to a certain point. Okay, think of it like this, right? Remember when all those incidents of everybody going to the hospital because of the freaking C-19? The hospitals were all packed, right? Imagine if people sit here and say, oh, well, I need to go to the hospital because, I got this going on. So it's like, they're going to go right now. Versus right now, what we naturally do. We just take it and just deal with it now. And then we just work it out until hopefully it just wounds away, right? So imagine everyone constantly keeps going every single time. I mean, I'm not saying the odds of that naturally happening is going to be like overly populated all the time, but you never know when that's going to be the case. As far as one example.
But all of the like fear mongering is always on the negative side.
Well, yeah, I know that, but I'm not saying. I'm just saying, like, what are the possibilities of it actually being packed and then it's overworked? You don't really get.
Well, I was gonna be like, okay, if that's where you're getting that from, and that's cool. But then how would you put it then with places that do have it? Then would they have the fear mongers and all that too, though? I mean, how do you think they deal with it?
What do you mean exactly? You mean like when they deal
because
with
you're saying that it kind of basically sounds. It sounds like what you're saying is it would be kind of a nuisance, right? People would have an issue. I sneezed the wrong way. I'm gonna go to the doctor. Like basically just doing too much, right? So I'm saying, well, there's places like Canada, if I'm not mistaken, that do have that. Wouldn't you say they would have people like that too? I mean,
well, I don't know how populated it is, but if it is that way, then that I would sit here and say that I would drop that conversation down there. If that's the case, I'll be willing to drop that off.
I'm just going by the example you made.
Yeah.
Not saying
No, I get you. Like I said, no, for real. If that's the case, if it was the same conditions around the world and everyone else got this free healthcare, then I'd been like, all right, then shit, hey, I can't neglect it. I'd just been like, all right, cool. That means that y'all just got to work harder then. If everyone else is doing it just like that, or it's overpacked, y'all just got to work harder or hire more people. Either which way.
Yeah, they could hire more people if they incentivize. And this is why some people advocate for free college. So there's some people that say, okay, cool. If y'all won't give us free healthcare, then give us free college, so at least we can have more people willing to be doctors. And even some people are like, no, we don't want that. So you don't want to give out free college because that's socialism. But college used to be free. A lot of people don't know that. People don't know how prestigious UC Berkeley is. Look up Cal Berkeley and see how much of a prestigious college that is. It used to be free. You know when it stopped being free? When blacks could go. There was plenty of stuff that was free. They used to have parks. Don't take my word for it. Look it up. They had public parks that was free. They used to have merry-go-rounds, roller coasters, and trains, all for free. Swimming pools, all for free. You know when they stopped being for free and start being private? When blacks could go to it. So we understand this value of giving away, stuff for free, but you can't say no free this, no free that. And the people that say, hey, we don't need free stuff are the people that take the most free stuff. Why do you want to get Medicaid and Medicare? Government healthcare is trash. All the politicians got government healthcare. Elon Musk telling you, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. He got $5 billion plus from the government. Handouts, grants that he doesn't have to pay for. So most of the people that say don't give out nothing free take a bunch of stuff for free. It's just like, what are you complaining about? What are going to be the detriments of actually having a more educated population? But like Rockefeller said, he doesn't want a nation of thinkers. He wants a nation of workers.
Yep.
B-Eazy for president.
But we should have more people. Thank you, brother, but we should have more people working in the medical field. They only bring these immigrants over here. And High Value Nurse, you can speak to this because I know many of people in the nursing field. There was even a scandal. I don't know exactly the state, but over 5,000 nurses had just got fake papers. And I'm a nurse.
It was in New York.
I'm not exactly.
It was actually 70.
And
it was actually 7,600.
Yeah.
7,600?
Who don't do their work?
Yeah.
Great.
7,600, and it was it wasn't just
and it wasn't just one specific group. I'm just speaking to the nefariousness of it. Because most of them, were either immigrants and or unqualified people. And sometimes people start looking like, hey, if they were qualified, it wouldn't be the issue. But since they, didn't, and even let's just say that they were qualified, if High Value Nurse went to the specific channels, it's just like how people feel about, there are people that have legally immigrated here. And a lot of the legal immigrants feel like, hey, bro, you cheated the system. You came and just ran and crossed the border and begged for asylum and you got in and got benefits. I actually had to do all the legal parameters. And some people had to take tests and go to school to actually become and earn the title of being a nurse. And you saying that, hey, I could just pay M3 for a piece of paper and now I'm a nurse earning the same as you, regardless of my qualifications. If I didn't go through the litmus test, that's not cool. And the reason why it's not cool, because usually the people that get stiff is people that look like me and hardworking American citizens who have been here first. So that's not cool. But go ahead and rock out, High Value Nurse.
Hey, first of all, I want to say thank y'all for allowing me to come up. I appreciate it. Shout out to everybody on the panel. Okay, so it was a lot said, so I just kind of want to address it from the point that I heard it from. Starting with the free healthcare. Canada, somebody brought up Canada. Canada has a documented history of having some of the worst healthcare on the planet. This is not me just making this up. This is documented. People wait months upon months upon months for simple procedures due to having free universal healthcare. Now, again, if it happened, it is what it is. I'm not going to be one of those people that march out in the street against it, but I'm against it because when the U.S. Census Bureau, when the U.S. Labor Bureau of Statistics did a study on out of every man that looks for a job, there are 4 who are not. And they studied these people, and it was actually on CNN. They said, why are you not looking for a job? When unemployment has been at its lowest rate, when jobs have hired like no other within the last 2 years, they were asking these men, why have you not gone to work and looked for a job? Do you know what their answer was? Because we don't want to. They literally did a study on this, and it was on CNN. I'll find it and I'll drop the link. There was a whole YouTube video on it. So for every one man that goes out and looks for a job, 4 just simply choose not to. So again, why do those men deserve free health care?
Was this a report in still in Canada, High Value Nurse?
No, this was in America. It's in America.
Okay.
But
so
based
why,
on
why
your
do those
position, you saying no one deserves.
No,
Aren't you saying no one
when I made
deserves free healthcare?
No, I'm saying if you are not physically disabled or mentally disabled, then that's the only time you deserve some free healthcare. But if you are able to go to work and get a job, you don't deserve free nothing. And the funny thing is, you were speaking about people becoming doctors and free education. In my state, they were literally paying people to come to school to be a nurse. And they could not get enough people to come into those fields, even though I paid for my education out of pocket. But they were literally, schools were throwing money. My school literally sent me a check just for coming. Literally just for coming.
God damn.
So this whole thing about, well, people need healthcare, people get what they want to get. People get what they want to do, because while we talking about healthcare and people who need it, I bet you people will find a way to get that habit, get that weed that they want. People will find a way to trick off that money. People will find a way to get $1,000, $2,000 to go to DR and trick off some paper. So again, I'm not really with this free stuff, because the free stuff is meant to keep you right where you are. You literally just said, whoever wants a society of workers. Well, that's how you keep people in a worker situation. Because when you get this free stuff, you're only qualified to go so far. So that's why I'm against the free healthcare. If you are able to work, and if there is nothing wrong with you. But if you have been clinically diagnosed as mentally ill or physically ill, then that's the exception. But again, I know people working in this field that are literally physically handicapped, quadriplegics, that still get up and go to work, whether it's ticket taking at a movie theater or a greeter at Walmart. I'm sorry, but Americans are entitled as hell, and a lot of us are lazy. So that's all I want to say.
Okay, so
I like what you said, High Value Nurse. But it will. I just want to say one real quick thing, M3, because I think it was a lot of missing context in what you said. Yes, there's a lot of jobs out there, but what are those jobs paying? Does anyone know what the federal minimum wage still is?
7.50.
Come on, bruh. So how many jobs? And most of these jobs that let's just say those dudes go out and get a job. You know, most of these jobs, they only if they have to pay you healthcare at 40 hours, they give you 35 hours, 37 hours. Do you know what the average
But be
healthcare
easy.
monthly cost is?
But be easy. But guess what? With that logic, because you said it's 7 whatever, is that better than 0? And again, it's not. It's up to every man. It's up to every man to go out and get a set of skills that'll provide him the earnings to leverage himself on the market. So whose fault is that?
With that, can I say? Okay, let me say this at least because.
So it's like you kind of jump at first. You saying that they're, oh, they need to go work these jobs. Now you're saying, oh, well, they're not working the right jobs. You guys got to go develop the skills. Like where?
Yeah, you do.
Where is
But
all
I'm
of this
saying,
time
but I'm
gonna
saying,
come from?
but you're saying that the minimum wage is whatever 7 something. But
Well,
isn't that better than nothing?
Well, then,
Yeah, I only brought up the minimum wage to say how could they?
Well, here's the thing,
everyone
right?
afford this healthcare.
Well, here's the thing, right? Let me jump in real quick. Okay. Well, obviously, yeah, $2, whatever dollars, right, is better than no dollars at all. But let's just say for the average person, if $7.50 is the minimum wage, like federally, okay, then out of all these states, right, that the people that's making like the lowest for minimum wage isn't matching like the cost of living.
But M3, do you know honestly anybody? You on the West Coast? Do you honestly know anybody making $7.50? Honestly,
Well, definitely not here. You know what I mean?
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, no,
I don't know
that ain't
anybody
flying
walking
here,
around.
We having a general discussion. We
Okay,
ain't
real
only
quick.
talking about the West Coast, though, right? We talking about America. America ain't just the West Coast.
Right.
So I want to know if anybody on this panel knows
Go ahead,
anybody
Wally.
making $7.50.
For myself, no, I don't know.
I don't. I knew somebody in Alabama that was making. They was making more than that. I think they was making like $8.75 or something.
Let me go ahead and try to do some research just to
Right,
see
but
which
real
state
quick-
pays the lowest.
Right, but I think everyone naturally is around 7.50, but nonetheless. But look, because this
He
is one
just
thing.
said minimum wage in Louisiana is $7.75, bro.
Okay, right. Well, okay, yeah, but the reason why, because here's my thing, because even if the whole minimum wage is like federally is $7.50, at the end, that's basically. Can we not agree? Sorry, can we agree that the $7.50 is naturally for when you're beginning a business, though, more than that's just going to be the starting rate for the business? Because at the end of the day, at the same notion, we have to acknowledge that it's based upon the business to actually raise the cost, not the actual government to tell businesses to raise their costs. I'm just telling you, this is where you can start at the flat.
You know what's crazy though?
You can't afford healthcare with $20 an hour. Most people
So let
can't
me ask
afford
you
healthcare
something,
with $20 an hour. And if you look at
and this is why humans are getting replaced now. People want exceptional pay for mediocre to lackluster skills. People at McDonald's want to make $25 an hour. Get real. When they can just have a robot do what you do. There's no skill in that. And people will make any excuse on the planet to not get out and obtain the skill that's going to get you some paper. See, a lot of us, especially in the Black community, were sold dreams that we could be anything that we wanted to be as long as we put our mind to it. No matter if it was something as senseless as being a flower picker that make absolutely no money. That's a problem. That is an absolute problem in my community. And people will be like, oh, okay, well, I work at Burger King and I make sandwiches, and no disrespect to the people that work at Burger King, but you're not going to get $30 an hour making a sandwich. It's not going to happen. You have to get skills that actually mean something to the society. I'm sorry, but that is the world that we live in. We as humans have to adapt. This is not the industrial revolution anymore. We are in the tech age. We are in the STEM age. I'm sorry. So it either comes down to two things: either you're going to eat or you're not. So which one do you want to do?
I do have to slightly slide
I hear
with
what-
high value nurse because I understand where it's coming from. Because
Yeah, I
like
agree.
although
Yeah, but
they strip all the programs for us to like have easy access for free, however, with those low paying jobs, let's say you're working at fast food, okay, could there be a way that you could save up a little bit of money, right? Even if you have to pay or contribute some type of like rent towards someone. You know you can't get like a place of your own working at those type of like, companies. And that's not to like, really crap on anyone, but could you save up to like at least 1,000 or something like up within like that year, and then invest into like some type of training program? I think people could do
I
that.
just really want to know.
man,
Can
y'all
I give
talking.
can I give the math on things real quick, y'all? Just in the tech field and things of that nature, because I'm in the field, right? So here's the thing. All right. So now there are more tech jobs, right, out there than there are people that are able to work them, right? So because and that's and that could be a good thing, but in order to get those tech jobs, you have to be qualified. Okay. And the qualifications are not easy to obtain. Okay, the qualifications to obtain those certain qualifications can be very expensive. So let's say you are working in the fast food industry or industry where you're not getting paid much, you're not gonna be able to afford to go to school and get some of these qualifications that they're asking you to get. I'm just being completely real with you. And so not only that, so that's why a lot of companies will outsource, foreign workers and things of that nature because they can't find people that are qualified here. Because some people here cannot afford that level of education. I was fortunate enough to be able to afford
And those foreign people have went to school for free.
that too, right? I was lucky enough to and blessed enough to be able to pay for some of the schooling that I did. You know what I'm saying? But I only have one degree in one area. I want to get more. But with that being said, or one certificate in one area, but I want to get more. But with that being said, like I believe, right? This is just my belief, right? I believe that everyone should be able to have the right income based on where they live and based on their state. You know what I mean? If they're willing to work. That's what I believe. Everybody can be whatever they want, right? But I believe whether you work at McDonald's or you're a doctor or you work at Food Max or you're a tech like me or whatever you do, right? If you live in an area, especially out, I would say out here in California, right? Because we all know, for those in California, we know everything out here is sky high, all right? You know what I mean? Especially if you live in nice areas, it is expensive as you know what. You know what I'm saying? Look, you can't even, if you go to a quality restaurant and get a burger and fries, you're going to at least come out paying $20, $25. You know what I'm saying? If not more. And if they ask for tip, that's like $30. You know what I mean? That's just a burger and fries. I ain't even talking about the drink yet. We didn't even get there. You know what I'm saying? So it's expensive out here. You know what I mean? So I think,
Drink $3.50.
hold on, let me finish. So I think we should be able to be given the amount if we're willing to work, right? Because I do feel high value nurse on that. There are a lot of people who are not willing to work, and that I feel like is unacceptable. But you got to be willing to work. So if you're willing to work and you want to do it, then yes. But if you're not willing to work, then yeah, there's nothing I can do to help you. So yeah.
Let me jump in let me jump in one time real quick, and I'll make it quick, right? Now, although I do agree with everyone that's saying, right, that you do have to put in the work to get somewhere. But let's say an example. Miss Phoenix was saying that she got put out at age 15 and graduated a year behind. Okay. And she had basically do whatever she needed to do on her own to get back to school, wherever it's getting her GED or whatever. But let's just compare her, right? I'm just gonna use you, Miss Phoenix, if you don't mind, into like foreigner type of people. The foreigners, they have it a little bit easier, which that's why most of them can easily access into business or whatever, or other like type of streams of income because they're taught by the people that surround them, and they have it easy because you're living with, you probably have like 10 of them, you know, like 5 families or something like that. Who knows? In one big old house. Okay. So you could afford to work at something that is low for the time being, low range, low paying, and then save whatever that you need to save, because sometimes the house is already paid off because of generational wealth. That's why people like in those generations, they was already ahead of the game while we're still trying to play catch up. Thanks to generational wealth, it makes it easier for your families, like your kids, grandkids, or whatever, to not really have to do the legwork that those people had to do in their time. And so, you know, it's a lot easier to like just get into something, and then once you get your money stacked up, then you can kind of advance into like those tech type of jobs, and without feeling like the pressure or feeling the pressure of trying to trade in your time to try to be successful. And I think what most of us struggle is we always have that, I need to do it on my own. You know, once I get to a certain age, I need to leave out the house on my own. So we add certain struggles that keep us behind even further. Not saying that we won't make it, but it's just that we put so much, we slow ourselves down so much as people, as Black folks, because we don't really ask for help when the opportunity is present. That's all.
And
But can I add this real quick? Can I add this, please, real quick? Please, can I add this?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I looked up the average wage for a McDonald's worker. That's $11. I looked up the average wage for somebody that works at 7-Eleven. That's $14. So if you work in 2 jobs at 80 hours, right? That's from McDonald's. That's $22,880 a year. From 7-Eleven, that is $29,430 a year. Combine that together, you got over $52,000. You are now above average. You got to put in the work, bro. It's no excuse. It's literally no excuse. So even with these low paying jobs, if you really decide to put in the work, you can make over average, and then you can put whatever money up that you need to invest into some sort of training or some sort of skill, so you can leverage that and use more of your time and use less of your time. Come on, man. Like really, come on, man. Like, let's be real here. Most people just don't want to work. Come on.
And with that said,
so y'all saying a lot, and you know I'm not disagreeing with y'all, but it's I don't know, it's like y'all making some incomplete statements, bro. So based on what you just said, high value nurse, that person making, you know, working 80 plus hours a week is working like 16 hours a day, right? Sleeping 8 hours. You didn't even calculate any type of travel time, gas, any other type of bill. So that 52 number that you brought up really wasn't even 52, you know. But I do agree that people need to work more, you know what I mean, and work harder. And then also with a lot of these immigrants that come over here, not all, but many of them come from middle-class backgrounds in their country where they get free education. I know plenty of Filipinos out here in the Bay Area that have done it. They swarm the nursing field. Free education over there. When they come over here, look what they doing in New York. Dedicating hundreds of millions to house immigrants. They're coming over here getting social security, whatever credit scores or whatever issues they had over in their country, they come over here with a clean slate. So to try to just act like it's, you know, apples to apples, you know, is a bit disingenuous, you know what I mean? Especially
bro, how is that affecting you though?
Free healthcare and free resources.
Like, how does that?
Literally, people are coming from countries where they attained degrees and qualifications for free, and they come over here and take the jobs of some people over here. I'm not even speaking about the people that don't work or the dusties and ignorance and stuff. Those people I really don't care for, you know. I'm talking about the people that are the working poor. Don't take my word for it. Look it up. They say over 40%.
So has a Filipino ever stopped you from getting a job?
No, but we're talking about general. So
Oh
why you?
my God, bro. Come on, man. I make over 150,000 a year and I work like I got nothing, bro. Like, come on, ain't nobody stopping nothing. Ain't no Filipino, ain't no white man, ain't no government, ain't no president ever stopped me from getting anything that I wanted to get. And I literally work like I have a
Are
crumbs to
you
my
every
name, bro.
American? Are you
I
every
need to be.
American?
I damn sure need to
I
be.
know, but you're not. Now we get in that fantasy land.
What's fantasy land, bro? Are people not
And
wanting
hold
to
on,
work?
That's
bro. I just said, bro, is that your hit record, bro? Because that's like the only line that you coming with. I already said, I'm like,
Because all
best
you
of high
is
nurse.
from every excuse that you gave out, I've literally given you numbers to combat that and how people
But that
can make a
wasn't
way instead of making excuses.
that wasn't an excuse, though. That wasn't an excuse. What I said was a statement of fact. Stating facts is not an excuse. I never said, hey, you can't do this. Name one sentence that I said you can't do this. I said you were incomplete with your statement. So I added more context to your statement. No one said the white man is holding you back. You brought that up. You projecting that from all the conversations you've been
No.
in. I
You're
never said
talking
that.
about Filipinos. You're talking about Filipinos taking these healthcare jobs. I work right in healthcare. Ain't no Filipino ever did nothing to me. I
What,
come in here and I get it like I ain't got it.
bro, you talking about yourself, bro. You're one person. Because it didn't happen to you, it didn't happen to anyone else. Come on, bro.
Bro,
What
it's a
you talking about?
shortage. It is literally a shortage. They are paying people to come work in the field. It don't matter how many immigrants coming over here. It is literally a shortage of healthcare, bro. This is what I do. It's a shortage. Filipinos, Africans, whoever, they can all come over here, and it's still a shortage. So what are you talking about?
Even if it's a shortage, the conversation wasn't about the shortage.
Oh
You're
my
trying to
God. Okay.
Is that what the conversation was about? Or no?
Bro,
You
you
trying to
literally
reduce it
brought up the
that
Filipinos. You brought up the Filipinos in healthcare. I didn't bring it up. You did. So I'm just flipping your point against you.
you didn't flip it against me because my point still remains. They got free training in their country. That was my point. Did you miss that or what?
It don't matter if they got free training because they still got to go through the processes here. There are Filipino doctors that work in this country as
You're
CNAs.
advocating
If they don't, if they don't,
you're
if they don't
advocating
have the,
against
if
free
they don't have the
training here though.
if they don't have the qualifications here to work, then they can't even work as a nurse or whatever they are in their home country. What are we still talking
But you're
about?
but you're advocating against the same free resources here. What are you talking about?
I
They were
just
only
told you they were
able to.
paying people. I literally just told you they were paying people to come to school and people still wasn't doing it. So what are you talking? That is why it's a shortage, bro. It's not enough people enrolling in school where they were giving out free monies all over the country during
They're not
COVID.
Hold
they're
on.
not paying people to go to school for that everywhere.
Exactly. And let's just say that everyone.
And hold on, I'm gonna just say this. Okay, so if they want to go to school, they gotta be able to relocate to the area where they're paying for the school. They're not gonna pay for you to move. They're not gonna pay for your apartment. They're not gonna pay your rent. So that's
Yes, they
also a
will.
part. Not all. No, I know a few people that went, and they did not pay their rent. They did not pay for their apartment. They told them you have until this day to show up, and they had to
Salute, Queen.
scramble
Salute,
to find
lady.
their own
That's
place to
not
live
free.
and move. I know quite a few people that left the job I work at and went to do
Oh
medical,
yeah.
and they were told you have until this date to show up to school. Figure it out. They didn't pay them no money
Going for the
to
same.
move and relocate. They didn't pay them no money to
Everyone.
sign for that lease and qualify for that lease and have
Okay.
the money to pay for that deposit. So that's not true everywhere.
Huh.
So when we talk about things like this, the conversations get really convoluted because we make these statements like it's true everywhere. So even though there are a lot of jobs out there, that doesn't mean that people are hiring people. As many applications they get, they're still not hiring them. Then you got to look at also in certain fields, you're competing with people who have more education and more experience than you. So people who have more experience, more education, sometimes have been taking the lower end jobs because they want a job. So now that puts that person in a disadvantage because now you're competing with a whole nother level. So it's not that simple. I do believe a lot of people don't want to work. I do believe that. I do believe that there are a lot of lazy people out there. I do believe that. But we can't just glass over it like that's everybody.
Some places they do. Some places.
Because it's not true. So if it's more financially feasible for me not to work and get benefits so that I can function, what you think I'm gonna do? I'm not gonna work. If I work and my whole check will go to paying taxes and paying health care and barely making it, why would I work? And it's true. A lot of these jobs, they don't want to pay for health care. So they check you off at 35, 36 hours a week so that they don't have to pay you full-time benefits.
Okay, so let me ask you guys this then. Now, what is the benefit for people who just want to be lazy and for people who don't want to work? What's the benefits of it?
So if all the people who want to be lazy, it costs your tax dollar more money. So if you gave free health care, you wouldn't have to worry about distinguishing between the hard workers and the lazy people because everybody, it's not coming out of your check, right? You still paying for it. You pay taxes for it. So all these people, and you pay for the taxes for the foreign people that come here. It's coming out of your check. Even when they work under the table and don't pay no taxes on that money because they got Mexican friends that'll pay them under the table and they make more than you. So don't come on. It's true. We should have free health care. It would take a lot of burden off a lot of other people too. And it would relieve a lot of strain on people.
May I say something whenever I can?
Yeah, let me just say one last thing. Okay, and Queen, like I definitely hear you, right? But when High Value Nurse kind of broke it down, I think he said this in the chat or when he came up, he said like, okay, if people have free healthcare, okay, then the service is going to be poor, which then kind of like led to the disagreement between him and B-Eazy because the challenge is that okay, well, if that's the case, why are we just letting it go as it is and moving on with it without voicing our opinions and our rights to get stuff up to par?
Just because something's free, it doesn't mean it have to be bad. That's not true. If you look at some of the trauma, the best trauma units are usually the county hospitals. So let's not get that twisted. San Francisco General. That's one of the best trauma ERs if you get shot. So let's not get that twisted. So that's not true. That's not true. Most doctors they get their training at these hospitals in these areas. So that's not true. It doesn't have to be bad. It's a choice. It's a choice.
Go ahead, Mr.
It's free. So that means Canada don't know what they doing? Their healthcare is trash? No, it's called preventative care. Why you think they started making preventative care free? Why you think that? Because they said, oh, it's going to cost a lot less if we get you in early to detect things so that it doesn't add up more later. Preventative care. It's the same thing. It's a new concept. It's the same basis. So no, I don't agree. I think that's cap.
I was telling them earlier that the best doctors I ever had were on Medicare, Medicaid.
Thank you.
So yeah, I agree with you. And I didn't go to a trauma center, but just like my primary care through Medicare, that doctor ended up getting hired by the World Health Organization. That's how good he was. So yeah, and that actually helped me get better enough to get off disability. So
Facts.
And I
So
just
why
want to say
know
something.
what you're talking about? Because that's not true.
I just want to say something real quick before I go for Mr. Besco. I just, if we did have all of these positions filled, more nurses, more doctors, would that suddenly just miraculously lower the cost of healthcare just because they're in the field? Because when even just using insulin, the same insulin from the exact same company, $40 in Canada, $350 here. If we get more nurses and doctors, is that price just going to suddenly get lower? Fair question to ask. Go ahead, Mr. Bless.
Man,
No.
jeez. Let me say, y'all cooking right now. Let me say this. Look, in America, we have a huge poverty problem, right? We know this already. And so, if we don't start supplying jobs, or we don't start supplying healthcare, we don't start supplying different things for people need. If you don't feed the people, guess what? The people are gonna start feeding on the people. Okay, so that means that people are gonna start wilding out here. All right, especially with those technology and things of that nature. Like, people are really starting to really be on some purge type stuff, man. Where, or even beyond that, where they're actually starting to attack people who have just a little bit more than them, or people who have services that they don't have, which what B-Eazy touched on. So we don't start taking care of our youth, especially the youth. The youth is really out of control. The gang activity is crazy in a lot of most major American cities. Gang activity is crazy. They're going nuts out there. They're doing all types of craziness out here, right? So, you know what I mean? Are we going to just let this problem continue to breed and continue to go on? Or are we going to put things in place that can prevent certain things from happening, whether it's, jobs, healthcare, whatever we can put in place to stop all this from happening and stop all these things from going on. You know what I'm saying? And yes, some people are going to be lazy. Some people are going to pimp the system. That's going to happen no matter what you implement or do. Okay, there's no way of dodging that. We can't dodge that completely. All right, that's going to happen. You're always going to have collateral damage no matter what you do. But with that being said, we have to start making sure that people, out here are taken care of, and that they have the right care, that they have the right resources. If not, then that problem is gonna affect everyone around us. You know what I mean? You could be driving somewhere, minding your business, you and your family, everything going good, and all of a sudden, man, a bunch of young guys run up, they got them things on them, and they tell you to get down and lay down. You know what I'm saying? And you're like, man, like, I just came and I just got my check, and man, I just got all this stuff, and I just got all those groceries and all that. And man, they so desperate and hungry, they take your groceries out your car. They taking everything. They taking jewelry, groceries, cell phones, everything. They just stripping you. They stripping you the car, they stripping everything. And you just sitting here like, what the hell? You know what I'm saying? But these are real realities that we're living in. Okay, we gotta start caring and taking about each other. You're taking care of each other, because it's gonna get real out here. It's already real, but it's gonna get even realer. So, as B said, you could say, forget the kids or forget people who are poor, forget people who don't have nothing. But if you do not start taking care of the environment is gonna take care of you in a negative way. Trust and believe. That's all I gotta say.
So, can I come back to this one?
Go ahead, Wally.
Yeah. So. And this is another reason why I said we just got to break this down, because there's another reason why I said, like, basically like what ultimate color, because I always also say this when we're talking about healthcare. Notice the one piece of word that's in it. It's called our health, right? Another good piece part that, because instead of just constantly feeding into these hospitals or whatever, one thing we're always gonna get is what? Pills and everything else of that nature, right? Feeding the big boys in the companies that are just making these little pills for us every single damn time that only quote unquote numb the problems, don't cure the problems or fix the problems, right? So my thing is, the big thing when it comes to health, right? My honest opinion would be the food issue, because we all know like they're out here just janking up the food one way or the other. So it's like, even on that notion, that's just one of the things, like, that's just one of my small pushbacks for, you know, free healthcare. Because like, even then, why not just benefit the food more? Because we're out here getting janky food left and right.
Hold on, but what is the actual pushback? You saying you want
Oh,
food
my
to
thing
be
is this.
regulated
Okay,
more?
well, think of it like this, B-Eazy. Imagine if we had more better food, right? Just more better food. Because I tell you right now, the food of yesterday wasn't the same as it is today. Like, literally, it's not. Especially, like, think about it. Think about your favorite, like, think about it. Doritos, not healthy. Why not? Look at the ingredients. And then look at what those things inspire to when it comes to your body. Those things are
Why do
not.
you think that is, Wally?
But I know that, but that's what I'm saying. Like, when we think about the foods that we're getting, most of these stuffs are not ultimately helpful for us anyways.
So hold on. We're being attacked and targeted by these companies for our food, and then the response is just suck it up.
No, I'm not saying that. Well, I'm not saying that though. What I'm saying
How
is,
are you not saying that?
Because
you said the only vulnerable people should get it.
I never
right?
said vulnerable people. Well, not. Oh my goodness.
You actually did.
Okay.
Say vulnerable
No.
people.
I said that. Yeah, I did said that earlier. But what I'm saying is, even to that point, I'm sitting here saying part of the whole point of the healthcare part is actually also what you eat. That's also another key component.
I totally agree with you, Wally.
And that's
I'm saying in the health department, FDA, CDC, they're considered health organizations. The CDC was the one telling people to take the jab. The FDA is the one who approved a lot of these toxic foods that you're complaining about. So when you, like, I don't know exactly what you're advocating for. More regulation over the food. FDA is a regulating body who's corrupt.
We all know that. But my thing is this: is like, all right, let me put up this example. It's just like right now, if you were to get a fruit, but you notice some barcodes. Imagine if you actually know what those barcodes actually meant. Meaning, one of those barcodes is actually the good one, and the other two are the bad ones. That's what I'm saying. Most of the times, most people don't even know the barcode code that's there that will literally tell you that these ish that they're feeding you is horrible as fuck. But nonetheless, I'll let it go.
But also with that, you can't afford. You got to also remember what barcode you can afford. So let's just keep it real. We were talking about this briefly the other night about food and the disparity with that. It's not an even playing field. Why do we act like it's so even and everyone's just so you can just go get the best, and it's expensive as hell? What is wrong with y'all? Like, does anybody live in the world? Like, do y'all live in the metaverse? I don't know. But reality, it's not cheap. It's not cheap.
In the metaverse.
Okay? And to make real healthy decisions, this shit is expensive. It's not a joke out here. So stop playing. There are some people who will always, no matter how much they work, they're just not going to be able to do the same thing or make the best choices. They make choices that's best for their family. Why do we keep doing it? Stop comparing ourselves to the average person. Half of us on here make a lot more money than the average person that we look like in the communities that we either came from or live by or pass by. And let's not even start with the goddamn grocery stores that are not even in these communities, or the rotten meat that they color and they repackage in these communities, that these families don't have the finances to go outside of these communities to go to a better supermarket or grocery store. Come on, what are you talking about? Damn.
Okay, Queen. Let them know how you feel. Lady E was good. You know what I'm saying? Lady E, what's going on? Talk to
Hello.
us.
Not much.
In
I
America have free
came
healthcare.
midway through the discussion, so I just need a refresher, a recap. What's the question?
Should America have free healthcare?
At the rate that America is going right now, I don't think American could afford free healthcare. However, the cost of healthcare in general could be a lot cheaper.
Lady E, what makes you think we can't afford it?
America's already in debt.
Has an American been in debt since you've been alive and since your mother's been alive?
Wait, I'm sorry, what you said?
Since you and anyone in your family has been alive, hasn't America been in debt?
But America is in a lot more debt.
That's what they tell you.
Yeah, that's my whole point. They've been telling you that since before your mom was born. And let me ask you this. Did you know that the military budget currently is $777 billion per year? Could America afford that?
If they want to, but they're always taking loans from other countries too. And the
So
value
if
of
they
the
want,
American dollar always going down.
well, you're saying if they want to, they could afford the military, but with healthcare, we just clearly can't afford it.
According to America, no, they cannot afford it.
According to America, you had to wear 2 masks and some goggles to not get C-19. But was that the case?
Was that what?
Was that the actual case? You know, everything according to America, they didn't assassinate Fred Hampton, right? There's a lot of according to America's that's proven to be inaccurate. So is this something that we just want to take their word for it? Oh, we're in debt. We can't do anything. And if we were so in debt, how do they have $770 billion for the military annually? That means each year. And they've sent over 60 plus, actually 100 plus billion to Ukraine. This is all while we're in debt. They've sent more money to Ukraine than they've ever sent to any foreign country since the existence of this country, while they're telling you that we have no money.
Okay, and like I said, I don't think they could afford it. I just said I do believe that healthcare should be cheaper. That's my opinion.
So you don't think it should be free, just cheaper?
Definitely cheaper.
Okay. Well, that's not gonna happen.
So hold on. Wait, hold on. I got my hold on. Wait, hold on. There you go.
Hold on. Now I'm doing a hold on. You know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying? Listen, okay, so Lady E, why? Okay, all right. B-Eazy will ask you some very clear, qualifying questions. All right. Okay. Why wouldn't you? If we could afford it, right? We could afford it. Would you still not want it to be free?
Of course, I would love for it to be free, but that's never going to happen.
Okay.
Neither
That's
is the
that
Lord
defeative
of the help.
mindset, bro. Okay.
But it's actually not, because it's something called a medical industrial complex, just like it's a military industrial complex and a prison industrial complex. All of these. So if they could cure you, then you're cured. You don't need to come back. But if I have to keep giving you treatment, and like Wally said, I got to keep giving you a pill in here and there, those pills are not free. If they give it to you free, that means they paid someone else to make it, and someone else is paying them. They ship them all across the seas. Don't take my word for it. Look it up. Same insulin, same company. $40 in Canada, $350 in America. Doesn't matter.
I'm fully aware of that. I work in pharmaceuticals. I see the price that we pay for drugs, and I see the price that we charge insurance companies and what the insurance companies require for the patients to pay out of pocket. I see deductibles. I see patient premiums. I see it all.
Lady,
I'm fully aware.
What kind of pharmacist are you? Are you like a regular pharmacist, or do you do like street pharmacy?
I mean, that's a fair question.
Oncology.
That's a fair question because Lady E always talking about trapping. The trap bonnet queen.
Hey, y'all, don't get her fired.
It's oncology.
I know Intrepidus. I know you want to get in there.
Oh yeah, that's right. My bad.
I got a whole list now, you guys. But some of this list is now irrelevant to where we're at.
Now go ahead. Go ahead. It's all relevant tonight. Go ahead.
So, one thing about sending aid to Ukraine is, would it not be better that the Ukrainians fight than American soldiers? So, like, basically, we don't want Putin just like taking over. But so, like, why not just give them the things to fight so that our own people aren't getting messed up and traumatized? Just an idea. A friend of mine who used to be in the military says we should just go over there and fuck them up. But I mean, I think they're trying to like save Americans by doing that. So that was one thing I wrote down out of my list.
They're definitely not. I don't want to go down this rabbit hole, but they're definitely not doing that for the goodness of their heart. Sorry, you know. And honestly,
I'm sure it makes Raytheon lots of money, but
correct. And Lockheed Martin, that's not something to take lightly. And if you know about the Azov Battalion, there are many prominent known Nazis in Ukraine. Anyone could type in how were African Black people treated in Ukraine. Don't take my word for it. Just look up. When the bombs start dropping, they start telling all the Black people here, y'all can stay here, and they start getting shipped everywhere. Do you see an influx of Black immigrants? Not really. You'll see an influx of Ukrainians and all of this stuff. And they say, oh, Ukraine is our ally, but we're supposed to stand with Ukraine. But what has Ukraine ever stood for America in general, and specifically Black Americans? When they were saying, oh, the war is so bad, you know what they said? They said, I seen blue-haired, blonde-eyed kids out there being killed. That's not the only people that's in Ukraine, but that's all their focus was on. That's fine, right? So then let them be the focus. It's basically like this. If my house is on fire and the neighbor's house is on fire, am I really going to run out of my house to extinguish the next door neighbor's house? I'm going to put my fire out first and then worry about helping the neighbors. All of this other war, fear-mongering stuff is what the U.S. does. Go look at what U.S. is doing in Haiti. Canada is sending troops over there. U.S. is sending troops, not for the goodness of their heart, to extract resources. All of this stuff is about resources. So that's all it is. But I don't want to get too derailed on that. But Intrepidus, we can have a deeper conversation about, the geopolitics of Ukraine, because I respect your position, but U.S. imperialism is not about, hey, we just love them and, we want to protect them for big old bad Putin. Everything that they're saying, Putin
that's not
is
what I said. I said, we want to protect ourselves.
I never said you said that. I was making a general statement. I never said I quoted you. I'm just making a general statement. That's kind of what people do when they go on a rant. I never quoted or attributed to anything that you said. So don't get defensive, but let's just
I just want to make sure it's clear. Another point I had was healthcare is already socialist. A lot of the plans are already set up in a way where everyone's paying into a pot, basically. So if we're unsatisfied with the results we're getting from healthcare and we feel like it's not good enough, why would we not go ahead and do it for everyone, and then we can add on regulations to ensure quality?
What do you mean by
That's a
regulations?
Well, I mean, it depends on the complaint, right? I know some folks here were complaining about how it would be a waste and, so we're talking
it would go to
financial.
lazy
We're also
people.
talking
So basically
quality
requirements,
care.
right?
I'm sorry?
So basically, when you said the word, I forgot the word you just mentioned. But
Regulation.
Regulations. Okay, so basically, you're talking about requirements, then, right?
That's correct. And if
That goes back to what I
maybe
said.
there'll be a consequence like, if you don't follow this, then you get caught. Now you're going to get fined or whatever.
Well, look, I'll say this because I'm about to step down. But at the end of the damn day, America makes money every freaking damn time. So why not? They can't pay it. I'll say that with a closing argument. Peace out.
Peace out, Wally. Thanks for stopping by.
All right, Wale.
Cool.
Well, look, I mean, America could do whatever they want to do, and they could actually provide like the best services. All right, and it's not like us like saying our own opinions about having free healthcare is meaning that we're just trying to be entitled. You know what I mean? You have to also kind of take the factor in that we're spending like a lot more taxes than what the rich people be doing. So if taxes are already going to increase, because somebody said this early in the chat, and I can't remember who said it, but I'm just going to make sure I say it now, because now since I remember about it. If taxes is already going to increase, and they target the poor and the middle class, mostly the middle class, then yeah, might as well give us free healthcare and make sure that it's exponentially good. Why not? Why demanding for something that is already coming out from our tax dollars anyway should not be free? That's what I don't get.
I think the question is also, where do you balance it? Because you do have people that do receive free health care that abuse it.
Like Obamacare, probably. I mean, I don't know.
Like Mr. Vince was saying earlier, there's always going to be those abusers. So we can use that logic with anything, and that's kind of what they would do. Well, what if we free the slaves? Some of them is good, but some of them is going to be criminals. Yeah, but most of them probably is not going to be criminals, right? Some of them is going to abuse the system. Yeah, but probably most of them are not going to abuse the system. But we focus on the speculated minority and say, hey, this is how it's gonna be. I'm not saying that you're doing that, Lady E, just so we have no confusion, but I know sometimes people do that, and that's kind of what a lot of people do with police reform. They'll see black people get deleted in the streets and they won't say nothing, even when I'm like, bruh, they doing the same thing to your group of people too. But as long as it's disproportionately affecting us, I can say, well, it ain't happened to me, and we start to individualize certain things. Well, I got healthcare, my kids is good, but what about the neighbors? What about the kids that, your kid's best friend? Do they have healthcare? Why don't they have healthcare? We a lot of times we just don't ask a simple why. People will say, look, if they did get free care, healthcare would be trash. Maybe that's true, but why would it be trash? And then people just kind of just stop there, and we don't provide solutions as how to not make it trash. If we send a spaceship into the solar system, we're going to make sure that we don't make it trash. But when we have healthcare to protect millions of people, who cares if we make it trash? Just work hard. Okay, cool. Let's say I work 80 hours. How the heck am I going to have time for my lady? You think I'm going to come home and just put it down after 80 hours of work? That's 16 hours a day. You know what I'm saying? We're not talking about travel time either. That's only 16 hours on the clock. A lot of people are commuting. That's, in the Bay Area, the traffic is crazy. So a lot of times people are commuting 2 and 3 hours. That's added to your 16-hour shift, because that's what High Value Nurse was talking about. pull yourself up by your bootstrap, right? Work harder, which I'm not disagreeing with, right? But what he said is 80 hours a week, 16 hours a day. That's only 16 hours a day working. We haven't talked about commuting. We didn't talk about showering. We didn't talk about cooking. Do you even have time to cook? And then he's saying, oh, invest in a trade. So out of the 80 hours, where are you going to have time to get the trade?
But see, B-Eazy, this goes to my point of why I said earlier that other, especially like foreigners or whatever, people that come from foreign backgrounds, they have it easier than us. And I'm not making this as an excuse, but they could afford to do all risk the travel times and all that, and study at the same time if they can, because they have a home that they could go that they could go home to without pretty much having to put much in their pocket. All they have to do is just make sure if they have kids or whatever that they're well taken care of, pay for maybe little light expenses and food, and then that's pretty much it. But in the meantime, while you're doing this stuff, you're stacking up money, so then that way you could get into these schools and programs that may cost a little extra, that most people, if you're doing it on your own, you may not be able to afford that particular program anytime soon to level yourselves up.
Yeah, no, and I was agreeing with that point. And the only point that I was adding, which I was saying was incomplete, like I said, it wasn't like any type of antagonistic statement, because I totally agree with what you're saying. I was saying I know many people that come from these backgrounds. In their country, they've already been giving free education, free resources. Then so they come over here with a certain level of education, degree, and then they're able to extract the resources here and, live a little bit more comfortably because, they're just happy to be here, and they come with their culture intact, where a lot of us, we're just all with the flat blackness, right? You're Jamaican, Haitian, Nigerian, Black American. Yeah, you're all just black. No, when they come over here, they're Korean and they stick with Koreans. They come over here, they're Japanese. They stick with Japanese people, Afghanistan. So they come with a culture intact, and many of them are with people that they know, so it's okay for them to live in houses, 5-10 people, and just keep rinse, wash, and repeat. And they're so happy to be here that they won't say anything to buck the system. They're saying, look, what are you complaining about? I come from really disenfranchised, deprived conditions. I'm not going to say anything. Working at McDonald's, to some of them, is like a corporate job, especially when you out here in the Bay Area. Certain parts of the Bay Area, McDonald's is going to pay $17 to $20 an hour. That's kind of bringing in a lot of money when you don't have a bunch of expenses. Like M3 said, if it's 5 people in a household, all working at McDonald's, all making $20 an hour, and then you got 2 heads of the households making hundreds of thousands an hour, and these jobs are just transitional. So, I was just only brought that point to say that these free resources, they do amount to positive contributions to the society. You know what I mean? It's not like, hey, we're going to give them this education and then these people are going to be lazy. We're going to give this person a skill and they're just going to be lazy. Because I know many, because I know you guys were talking about, people need to develop skills. You know how many people that got crazy skills in carpentry that could drive a forklift, a tractor, etc., and they can't afford healthcare? So at some point, it's not just about the skills. We got to have a deeper conversation, and sometimes people just make their point. I do or don't agree with this and just leave it at that. It's like, man, it's a lot more meat to that discussion that you kind of need to sift out.
That's true. So I got a question for the ladies, right? For Queen and ladies. So when it comes to healthcare, right? Right, and for healthcare for women, what are y'all thoughts about it? Do y'all think that there's certain things that need to be changed, right? Do you think there's certain things that need to be implemented, or do you think it's A-okay? What do y'all think?
In my opinion, based on what I've seen and experienced, there definitely needs to be changes, especially changes for Black women, um, especially in prenatal care. Um,
Do you have any
I
of those
forgot.
changes in mind?
Wait, say that again.
Do you? Because I agree with you. Because the Black maternal rate is very atrocious. I was saying, do you have any of those changes in mind that you would suggest or recommend people advocate for?
Basically, there needs to be laws passed where I feel like the physician should have more accountability. Unfortunately, the physicians have the malpractice insurance that's under their belt, which kind of gives them the right to kind of just ignore some people.
Or to just say,
Have
I'm
y'all?
sorry.
Wait,
My
I'm
bad.
sorry.
I said, or if they do something, they just say, "Hey, I'm sorry." You know, they misdiagnose people. Some people have got amputated, limbs amputated when they didn't necessarily need to. So there's something called medical apartheid. So I totally agree with you. But that insurance is kind of like a qualified immunity for cops, right? If they shoot some person, all they got to say is, "I feared for my life." And with the medical people, they just, "I made a mistake, I didn't mean it," and then that's it.
Have any of y'all watched I think it's on Amazon, I want to say, Aftershock?
Nah, the only medical show I used to watch is Scrubs. That was my joint.
No, like Aftershock is actually a documentary, and it's following single fathers who significant others or spouse has died through child labor or giving birth. Should definitely watch it. Definitely watch it. It is
this
sad.
a movie or a series?
It's a documentary.
Oh, okay.
So they're actually following Black men. There were a couple of stories out in New York. One of them really hit close to, well, I wouldn't say hit close to home, but it really hit me in the chest really hard. And there was this one father, his wife was pregnant, and she would do she went to all of her doctor's appointments, did all her blood work. The doctor would say she was fine. Coming to find out, she had the baby, she went home, and I think less than 48 hours after giving birth, she started experiencing pain. They rushed her to the emergency room, running more tests, and they had to rush her into emergency surgery. Well, nevertheless, she bled to death on a table. Coming to find out, when they started, investigating everything, the blood work was showing that she was taken while she was pregnant, that her red, I forgot what it's called, but it measures the thickness of the blood. Her blood was way too thin. And each time that she did blood work, it was coming back that her blood was running thinner and thinner and thinner, to the point where it was a gross level and it was still ignored. She had the baby, of course. After having a baby, women bleed a lot. And she literally just bled to death. And it was ignored. And guess what? Nothing happened to the doctors. He had all the paperwork. He had all her blood work. He had all the charts and did not treat her throughout the whole pregnancy the way that she should have been treated. America also has the highest rate of C-sections than any other country in the world, because it's cheaper for the insurance companies to pay the hospital for a C-section versus a vaginal delivery. And insurance companies do not cover midwives to deliver babies. So if you want to have a midwife, you have to pay out of pocket.
Or you can find programs like out here in the Bay Area. Because there are free programs. Have a
Well, I
doula.
know here there isn't any free programs, at least that I'm aware of, for
Yeah,
midwives.
most of the spots
There's
out
a
there.
program out here called Hatch, and it helps. It's like doulas. So yeah.
And Lady E, I just wanted to touch on something else that you said. And this has also been part of the medical apartheid ideology, and it dates back to seeing Black people as, you know, less than human and savage beasts, which means that not only do we, based on this perspective, have a higher threshold for pain, but we're also more likely to abuse drugs. So in certain situations where a person should be prescribed drugs for pain, that's like, nah, you're not really hurt. You're just faking it so you can go get these pills and go sell them in the hood. And that's why that's one of the contributing factors to the opioid crisis being predominantly, you know, in the non-Black community, but also with the maternity rate and just healthcare in general when it comes to Black people, but, you know, specifically Black women, since I'm talking to you. It's the same thing. If you're experiencing pain, girl, stop lying, right? You know, suck it up. You know, hey, could you give me something for the pain? Oh, you're just a druggie, and we don't want you getting addicted. But everyone else, their care, their pain, their plight and struggles is treated with kid gloves. With us, you are savages that just need to just basically man up, whether you're a man or not. And you can go on from there, Lady E.
Oh, I definitely much agree with you. There was actually with my cousin, this just recently happened. She started complaining about pain. It was last summer. Got worse. She was literally in the emergency room like twice a month. Um, the doctors would just say that she may possibly have some cysts. She had a lot of bleeding going on. It was ignored. She eventually, when she wound up getting health care, she went to a different hospital, got treatment, and it turned out she had stage 4 fibroids. She had multiple cysts on the ovaries, and her fibroids were so bad that it was causing her intestines to kind of fuse together. And she is only 28, and she may never be able to have kids because it was ignored.
Wow. Man, I wish Queen would have been able to share her perspective. But speaking of documentaries, since you brought up documentaries, Lady E, I would say a great documentary on the healthcare system is Michael Moore's Sicko. If y'all have never seen Michael Moore's Sicko, just like Fahrenheit 9/11 and Capitalism, America, it's I think it's called Capitalism, a Love Story. Yeah, definitely. You know what I'm saying? Watch those documentaries, especially Sicko. It definitely exposes the, big pharma, and it definitely exposes what it does to people and how healthcare is so important just within our nation and around the world. He goes everywhere. I mean, he goes to Europe. I even think he goes to Canada as well. It just exposes, the healthcare system, to the full. So yeah, y'all go ahead.
Someone just put something across in the comments saying sometimes I feel like doctors treat patients better depending on type of insurance they have. That is so true.
Yeah, remember
true.
I was saying that to Mr. Best earlier. You come in with a broken arm. They're not going to immediately say, hey, let's get the cast, let's do whatever we have to do the broken arm. They're asking what your insurance card is before anything.
That is definitely true. I experienced that with my mom. She was having a heart attack, and as she was coming in on the ambulance through the emergency room, I had the nurses and the triage nurses asking me about insurance cards and everything here, sign these power of attorney notes. And it's like, I'm not even worried about that at the moment. You're asking me for all of these information, and I'm literally like watching my mother slowly fade away, and you're worried about insurance. Like, just do what you got to do to save her.
And even if you ride in an ambulance, is the average cost. This is not even your health care. For the ambulance cost is 15 to 3,500 just for, doesn't matter if you're right down the block, and it might even
I know.
And it's even more if you're because my friend had to get his kid helicopter to Oakland to the Oakland Children's Hospital. I can't even remember how much that was. I think it was at least like $5,000 or something like that, you know.
Oh no, it costs more. It costs more than that. I promise you. Like a helicopter ride, you talking about 6-figure.
Yeah, I didn't want to press him on how much it costs, but he did.
Oh,
tell
it's
me
definitely a 6-figure. It's definitely a 6-figure.
But he didn't have no choice. He had to, and you know, you can't like just work harder and pull yourself up by your bootstrap, because he was working hard. He was doing all the right stuff. He was busting his butt, and then this happened, and then it's like, nope. So what? What are you just gonna tell him? Just work harder? I mean, that's what a lot of people's sentiment is. That's what their solution is. Shrug the shoulders, work harder, and the system never changes. This is not cool. Not to me, at least.
So he wound up having to pay like $5,000 out of pocket.
Correct.
So there was still something was still paid through insurance,
he actually
or
paid
through the state, or
I think he paid upwards of $5,000. At least that's just what he told me. But yeah, he did have a good job, so I don't know how much of that, you know, what the portion that they paid. But if he paid $5,000, you know that it was clearly upwards of that, right?
Correct, because and that's the thing why when you were saying if we can afford for everyone to have free healthcare, how do we penalize those who abuse it? Because like with my insurance, if I show up to the emergency room and it's not an actual emergency, I get charged the full bill. If I call 911 and I need an ambulance, if it's deemed not a medical emergency, I'm going to have to foot that bill out of pocket. So it's like, where do you find that balance?
But do you think that's an appropriate consequence?
It's a consequence for me where sometimes there may be a situation where someone may feel like I'm not going to call 911 because I don't want to have to pay for the ambulance. And there are people out there that do fear. And I knew of someone in a similar situation where she wasn't feeling good. She was complaining about her stomach. I'm never going to forget this. And I remember talking to her on the phone, and she says, I don't have enough money to pay the copay to go to the hospital. I got to wait till I get my check, which she was on a fixed income. Nevertheless, the lady wound up dying. She was bleeding in the stomach and didn't know, but that was the pain. But she was afraid to call 911 because she couldn't afford the cost.
Damn, man.
I want to say,
and then you have people who are abusing the system where they go to the emergency room with a runny nose, or if they're having back pain, they're running to the emergency room. But someone like myself who pays a monthly premium for my health care, you know, I got to think twice.
Well, Lady E, let me ask you this though, right? Because you're saying someone who has healthcare for free is abusing the system. Are they really abusing the system, or are they just taking advantage of the opportunity while it's still free for them? because honestly, if I have free healthcare or whatever, I mean, well, which I kind of do through my company, but the point is, if I had opportunities, right? Let's say if I didn't have opportunities before and I had opportunities now, I would do whatever it takes, man, to get every part of my body checked because you never know. I'm just saying.
No, to run tests, that's perfectly fine. But I do, and I work in a hospital setting. There are people that come through the hospital on a monthly basis because they're basically using the hospital as a hotel. Or you have people who don't want to go to work. And so a lot of employers may say you have to bring a doctor's note. If they have free healthcare, they're just going to pop up at the emergency room. I don't feel good, and I need a note from my doctor. Versus myself, if I did work for someone that did require a doctor's note in order for me to use my paid time off. So I'm not going to work, but I still have to pay my $60 copay to go see the doctor. And depending on what's wrong with me, I may have to go to the lab and pay another fee to get the blood work done or the urine test done. And then when those results come through, then I still may have to pay another fee or another copay for the prescription drug.
Okay, so you're saying basically, that this, the way things are, I mean, it isn't fair. But I'm thinking since you're like a pharmacist or whatever, what I'm saying, and I know you specify what kind of pharmacist you are, so I'm not gonna ask you again. But since you're a pharmacist and all that, right? Don't you gotta get certain benefits? Come on, lady, like, don't you get certain benefits?
No, we have benefits, but okay, so I have healthcare coverage and things through my employer. But I still have what most people have is called like the annual deductible, where you have to pay so much money out of pocket before your insurance will even start covering anything. And it's just like, okay, for my dental coverage, my son has braces in his mouth. Even though I paid the monthly premium, the insurance doesn't completely cover the cost of the braces. His braces was $7,500. The insurance only gives $2,500 for it, which means I'm still stuck with a $5,000 bill to pay the balance of it.
Dang, wait, you gotta pay all that? Wait, hold on, can you do something, stop eating some candy or something? I mean, damn, that's a lot of money.
It is a lot of, and the thing is, my son, he had an issue with, he had to get a palate expander in his mouth to spread his mouth open so his teeth can drop, and then he had to get oral surgery. So I had to pay all of this money on top of my monthly premiums. And let's talk about vision. We paid $10 copays to go get our eyes checked, but each of us only gets $200 of vision benefits to go towards glasses or contacts. The contacts that I wear, I have to throw them away every day. But the cost for 90 days of the contact lens is the $200, which means the other days, beyond that 90 days, I have to pay for that out of pocket.
Hey, listen, look, salute to all y'all who have kids. You know what I'm saying? Who doing a parent thing? But listen,
I would never have kids, ever.
Oh shit, man. Well, okay, baby. All right. Like salute to y'all, but yo, that's why if I ever do make that sacrifice to have a kid and take on the responsibility, I gotta have all my ducks in a row, because that's some craziness. I ain't never heard nothing like that. God damn.
And then you have some states where Medicaid covers braces, and you have some states where Medicaid don't. It varies from state to state when it comes to the free health care. But yeah, with me having to pay, my monthly premium, and then it's like I go to the doctor and I pay I pay the copay, which is $60. And let's say whatever I'm being treated for, and I have to get a referral to go see a dermatologist. So I take this referral and I go see the dermatologist. And guess what? I have to pay another $35 to see the specialist. So I'm in the office and I'm seeing the specialist. And it's like, they got to do all of this work. And I remember I had to get a mole cut off of my back. And guess what? They had to take a sample of that and send it to the lab to make sure it wasn't cancerous. So guess what? I got another bill for a portion of the lab fees.
You sure you wasn't trying to make a call out of you?
Man, she need, look, let me tell Lady E, you really need Big Daddy Hink right now. You know what I'm saying? Salute to Hink. Big Daddy Hink, if you're listening, she needs you, dog. You know what I mean? And yes, sister, I love Shaq. Yes, I'm definitely gonna have my ducks in a row before I even think about, you know what I mean, shooting up any club. All right, you ain't gotta worry about me doing nothing crazy out here. All right, I am not having no kids unless my ducks are in a row. Trust and believe. Okay. Trust and believe.
And most people's ducks are not in a row. You know what I mean? And in the healthcare that is, look at how much Lady E just said she spent for her son. She still needs healthcare for herself and other family members. And just to take it off Lady E, many people have multiple kids and they have a significant other. And even if they are a single parent, they still need to be able to afford healthcare for themselves. So this is why I kind of wanted to get away from the, what about the abusers? Because who gets to determine what the abuse is? Because if you really want to talk about the abuse, how is it any different from when people are saying, look at these black dudes, they're selling all of this weed, they're criminals. Guess who runs the weed game? It ain't black dudes. They were locking black dudes up for selling eighths and ounces. Now you got non-black people selling metric tons of the same thing. But it's okay, right? So even when people are like, oh, these people are abusing, they're selling pills. What are they doing that's any different than Tylenol? Isn't Tylenol selling pills? You know what I mean? Oh, look at those dudes on the block selling weed. And I'm not advocating for any of this, but what I'm saying is, we'll point at a few dudes that are selling 4 to 5 pills and overlook the people that are selling 400 million pills. How is that any comparison? How is that not abuse? They're flooding the market, knowing that people are highly susceptible to addiction, but they keep pumping pills down. That's where the abuse is coming from, big pharma. But they got us thinking, and even let's just go to the food stamps, right? Oh, some people are abusing. Okay, cool. Some people abused it and was buying lobster and doing all these crab boils. And okay, they got a couple extra hundred, right? Jeff Bezos, all these people get billions in handouts. Nobody cares about it, but you
Bailout.
Bro, a bailout, they call them bailouts, grants, subsidies. All it is a handout. If you get any of that stuff, it's called a handout. They gave you 1,200 in stimulus. They gave them 12 billion, but you're supposed to feel bad about accepting that stimulus. Someone is supposed to feel bad about selling a couple of his oxy pills. Meanwhile, they had to settle a class action lawsuit for how many pills they were selling, but no one is calling them abusive. I'll just leave it with that.
Facts. And here's the thing, right? Hey, look, man, you know, these medicines, when you do take these medicines, they do affect you. You know what I'm saying? Like, they affect your mood, they affect everything, you know what I'm saying? So like, you know, look, and when if you stop taking them or you get a reduced dosage, you're gonna have withdrawal. Okay. And when you start taking medicine for any type of complications that you may have, trust me, yeah, the side effects is real, for real, Jordan.
And hold on, let me say this real quick. Bruh, like if you on meth, a drug, guess what they give you to get off of drug? Methadone, another drug.
This is very true. This is very true because there is a couple of drugs. There's one called Suboxone, and that drug is for people with opioid dependency. But guess what? The Suboxone itself is a controlled substance. It's a controlled substance that the government can track. It's a controlled substance that if you're a teacher or you work in a profession, that it's okay for you to be addicted to this because we can monitor it.
Look, I've seen a person, right, who takes like 15 different medications, plus 2 inhalers, one's a steroid uses for the other uses that you put into it. And all these medications is based off to counter off one that you're taking after the other to take after, you know, and realizing without you knowing, like you're actually like adding more into like, you know, what your body could really handle. And all this is to pretty much to treat asthma.
It's to treat the side effects,
Of
but
asthma.
it doesn't.
The side effects of that side effects.
I gotta recognize Lady Phoenix comment. I see you, Lady Phoenix. Listen, look, I ain't got no problem with the street pharmacists, all right? You know what I mean? I think that they're necessary, you know what I'm saying? And I think like we really should have like real street pharmacists. Like they should get the lab coat and all that shit, you know what I mean? And really be outside and servicing people like Lady they try to scrubs on, all that, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? They should really be out here like a real pharmacist. And like you come in, you know, you meet them at your little location, you know, and they real professional. You know what I mean? They may have a little outside little setup or something, a little booth or whatever. You come through, you holler at them, they hand you whatever you need. You know what I mean? And you keep it pushing.
Hey, but Mr. Best, that sounds funny, right? But how is that any different from going into CVS or Walgreens? I'm just to use Lady E as an example, not saying that she, you know, she is your pusher lady, but if Lady E did set up her own street pharmacist bodega and she was, you know, distributing these same type of, you know, pills that you can get anywhere else, what would be the difference if she is licensed, if she is responsible, and if she's not doing it so you can get addicted? Because some people actually are dealing with severe pain, and you know, people got broken legs, limbs, and back problems, and you just telling them to suck it up. Well, some people, they start doing other stuff, smoking weed, drinking, doing other things. If that's why it's called a controlled substance. It depends on who's controlling it. So are you being controlled by the substance, or are you in control? I'm not with this, all, you know, drugs are bad, MK. As soon as you go into the office and you got to do a surgery.
I know.
Wait, I'm sorry. I had the South Park moment right there. Drugs are bad.
I'm glad y'all caught that. But yeah,
it's isn't it right there?
But it's Lady E. When you go, I'm not saying you specifically, but when people go and get dentist work or surgery, they want to numb the pain. What do you think that they use to numb the pain? A drug. Like usually some type of lidocaine, which is a derivative of what? Cocaine.
Word?
So people, yes, but people
I
act
know
like
different canes. It's different canes. I ain't even know that, yo.
I'm just saying, people are not opposed to drugs, so I hate when people demonize and say, "Oh, this person was selling drugs. Did he put a gun to this person's head and make them buy the drugs?" He just supplying them.
B-Eazy. All right, now, you know, I have a condition, so due to my condition, you know, twice a month, no, not twice a month, but every 2 months, I may have to go and visit, you know, a pharmacy or whatever, right? Based on my condition. Now, let me tell you something. Look, when these people are in that line in that pharmacy at Kaiser, all right, it can get real sometime, right? And they got the little plexiglass to, you know what I mean, to make sure the pharmacists don't get, you know, beat up or whatever. But yo, let me tell you something. If people ain't getting people will be sitting in a pharmacy for hours just to get them drugs, man. I'm telling you, it's a real thing.
It's true.
You know what I mean?
We get threatened all the time.
They be sitting there for a long time. Salute the Lady Phoenix. I'm glad she pulled up. But anybody who want to come up, come up. Y'all know what it is. Jordan, you want to come up, come up. I love Shaggy.
Hey, Lady Phoenix.
You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Missy, how you doing?
But they get, I'm gonna get to Lady Phoenix in 1 second. I'm gonna get to Lady Phoenix. Love you too, Lady Phoenix. I'm good to see you. But you know what I mean? Listen, they get very, very violent, man. Like there was one lady, and you know the pharmacist was trying to talk to her about her diet, her usage. You know what I'm saying, and her prescription. And she was going over the dates with this lady. Like, listen, I don't think that you should be taking, you know what I mean, or we should be giving you another prescription. And the lady just started flipping, you know what I mean, and started pulling out all these papers and You need to talk to my physician about it, and just going crazy, right? Jordan, definitely next time, brother. She was going nuts, right? And then finally, the lady was like, listen, all right, I see your paperwork. I see that you're not lying. You know what I mean? Salute to 7. You know what I mean? And she wound up caving in. But look, man, when these people cannot get their medication, all right, they can lose it. All right, and they really get upset. And I think so. Like you said, there's not really a difference between the street pharmacist and the regular pharmacist. Of course, we know there's a difference, right? I mean, I'm just kind of like messing around, right? But at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? Y'all, you got to really understand that these drugs, man, really affect people, man. They really do, even the legal ones. You know what I mean? So, thank you, Jordan. Appreciate you, bro. But Lady Phoenix, good to see you. You know what I mean? Anything you want to share?
Hey, Angel. I will say that for me, I had to pull myself, away from a lot of stuff. I've been, had my little case with, some illness, 2008, bone tumor, a couple of years ago, liver tumor, been a diabetic almost 45 years. And I just had to explore me. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, being a diabetic 45 years or whatever, if I go to the doctor, I'm not trying to make them rich. So I walk twice a day, eat either a fresh fruit or a fresh vegetable and everything. And I limit a lot of stuff that I do. Why? Because I'm not trying to make you rich. I'm not going to have a Ziploc bag as my side pouch. You see, my accessory for my purse. And I think it was Easy or somebody who was talking about statins and everything. So I hadn't taken them for 6 months. But, so I had like one of the side effects. And it was the pharmacist was like, if you have it, you know what I'm saying, it's rare, but it's also deadly. That's enough to scare, an old woman in her 50s and stuff like that. Because, the people can turn around and take that and slow down and not want to do this and that. I don't give myself excuses. If you running, I'm going to run too. If you doing this, I'm going to do that too. I don't limit myself. I don't give myself excuses. I give myself results. I hurt. My ass hurt. I get up, but I have to do this and that. And like I said, my eye got cut in half in an automobile accident. I was still picking up patients and stuff like that. That medication kept me down. And even though, I hurt taking steroid shots and knees and this and that, as long as I can get up and toss it aside, that's the key. You got to find a reason to not make them make you immobile. This medicine controls us. People like, well, McDonald's do this and that. That medication do too. I promise you, them side effects, they hurt us.
Yeah,
Mr. Best will tell you I might work in a pharmacy, but I got holistic pharmaceutical stuff in my kitchen cabinet.
Yeah, she a herbalist, y'all. She really a herbalist, so she really be out here. Now I don't know what she doing with all them herbs and all that. I can't tell you, but from the stuff she showed me, she
hold on, Mr. Best. Is she an herbalist or is she a witch? Is she a herbalist or a witch?
Yo, I can't really tell you that information, brother. You know what I mean? I can't divulge that.
Eat good people, and I'm gonna tell you like this: when I had my liver tumor, I was scared shitless. I turned around, and the doctors be laughing. I was like, I stopped pouring, I stopped drinking, I walk in AM and PM, but I take milk thistle pills, and I had like either fruits and vegetables. So I had, like a tumor forming in my liver. Doing that on the daily regimen and everything, drinking clove tea, having, coffee and putting either ginger or cinnamon or nutmeg. Nutmeg was my thing. And that
turmeric is really good too.
Yeah, turmeric is definitely good.
See, I suffer from low blood sugar. So turmeric, I don't have to take that much insulin because of stuff like turmeric and stuff like that. It's something called Star of David. Okra. You cut the bottom part and the top part off and put it in a glass of water, let it sit overnight. You drink that slimy water, you don't need no insulin. People don't want to hear.
If you add if you add ginger, lemon, some people put like black pepper and what's the other one? It's something called like I don't know how to pronounce it, but it's called like Mullen, Mueiln. Put that stuff all in and make a tea out of it. Drink it once per
Exactly.
day. Yeah, like you said,
Exactly.
Phoenix, it will do wonders. But I also just want to touch on a point real quick because I know Wally was bringing up earlier the food.
Easy. When you the one talking about the documentary about statins and stuff, I swear I think it was you. It was some
I think
months
that was
ago.
Lady E. Hold on. You said the documentary about what?
Statins, like it's a cholesterol drug.
Oh,
that
Atorvastatin, lovastatin, simvastatin,
All of
those
that.
statins.
Yep.
Yeah, no.
What's a herb for cholesterol? Like to combat with it.
That I don't know because I believe it or not.
Actually, it's fish oil is for cholesterol.
Oh, that Creole
Omega
or Omega.
Omega 3. So
Gotcha.
yeah, if you take the supplement or at least eat the fish, and when I say eat the fish, not frying it, like baked or steamed fish will help you. If you have high blood pressure, what's the name of the flower? Hibiscus.
Hibiscus.
You are definitely right.
Yeah,
My
hibiscus,
daughters drink that
definitely
tea.
dandelion, and I don't know if you know about like elderberry or gooseberry.
Yes,
and then
exactly.
I know about the gooseberry.
That goji
coriander.
berry, all of that.
I have all 3 sea moss colors in my cabinet.
Oh yeah, I put Stan the Man on one of my homies that does the sea moss. But if none of y'all is allergic, onions and garlic, just man, those will do wonders.
Oh yes,
for you,
garlic
you know,
it does help with cholesterol too.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think I'm slightly allergic to like onions.
Yeah, my homie is allergic to onions. I whipped him up a bomb burger. He was like, I can't even eat this onions.
Man.
I felt disrespected. I'm
Shut
like, bro.
up. That man say he felt disrespected.
You a chef? You a chef, Easy?
Bruh, I got a man of many hats, but yeah, I don't got no lady right now, so I gotta be my own chef. Chef Boyardee.
Oh man.
See, look at it, and look, I got sick, but this is the thing, cause no offense, I'm gonna be a bit racist. They think all black people have high blood pressure. I was prescribed high blood pressure medication. I actually have low blood pressure, and so I'm like, so the pharmacist is like, I'm surprised you still walking. My blood pressure was like 71/39.
It was trying to hook you up with something
wow.
that you have to be taking.
And so they was like, what did you do? I was like, just took my medication, this and that. And they was like, what you taking? A bag load of this and that. I was like, I take high blood pressure medication. They was like, what? You take what? And they was like, you shouldn't be taking that. Why are they giving it? So I went to another doctor trying to get my records from the other doctor that won't give it, because I mean, if you mess up, that's what you got malpractice insurance for. But the other doctor's like, you have, it's a slight case with cholesterol, but you don't have any high blood pressure. And I didn't ask no questions because if God say you don't have no high blood pressure, I'm like, hey, that's cool, but man, that's something that's dangerous.
Here's the reality of blood pressure. Blood pressure fluctuates. 9 out of 10 times when you go to the doctor's office, you're kind of nervous, so your blood pressure will naturally elevate. The time of day affects your blood pressure. What you eat affects your blood pressure. Blood pressure medication, in my opinion, don't nobody take my words and run with it, is really something, if you have to take it, it's a as needed basis.
But that's what they want. They want you dependent on these things because they want you keep coming back so they can be a form of like your medical zaddy, instead of saying, hey, look, for real, this is what you need to do to stay out of here. They gonna say, here, come back and see me, so they can keep the doors open because, of good old capitalism. And like Lady Phoenix is saying, it's alluding to the points that many of us have made tonight. They will, mainly based on your race, but class and insurance and other factors, there are other variables, but they will definitely misdiagnose you. There are plenty of people that have got limbs amputated that didn't need to be amputated. There's plenty of
That
people
part.
that were said, hey, look, you're good. And then like Lady E said, they come back and say, nah, you're not so good when you speak to someone else. So you can't just blindly trust someone, and your doctor may smile in your face while telling you you're good, knowing that you are not good. So we do need to make more of an investment in our health. I think each person could do a bit to improve their health, right? Because people will always try to say, hey, I'm good. And I was saying earlier, some people will say, I'm healthy. I could do 500 push-ups and run a mile in 3 minutes. But when you start talking to them, you see that they got a lot going on mentally. That is a health issue that most people are trying to neglect, or some people may have a dental issue that they need to address, but they try to separate it from health. Or how many people really need to get their eyes checked? They'll get their teeth checked, they get everything else checked and skip the eye part. So we do need to make a more concerted effort to do that. And I just want to say this one more thing about drugs, because we only think of the drugs in the prescribed or recreational sense. But I always tell people delusion, attention is a hell of a drug, but there's also, these foods and certain things that you drink. And I had a buddy that I personally knew, he used to drink energy drinks every day. This was like right when they really popularized
cardiac arrest.
Lady E, I'm about to tell you, every day he wakes up, drinks an energy drink, lunch, energy drink, dinner, energy drink. Oh, before I go to bed and I'm thirsty, energy drink. He did this for years. And you know what? He tried to stop. What happened? He had a seizure, and he literally was in the hospital bed, and basically he was his body had developed a dependency for those rock stars and Red Bulls, that when he tried to stop, he was having heart issues, breathing issues, and he wasn't taking no drugs, but he was taking rock stars, which is a drug, but it's not.
I keep trying to tell these people
that.
about that.
So I just want to say that. And he was in his 20s when this happened. He's good now, but he was strapped.
I know somebody that same thing that happened to them. They had a heart attack on the job, and I used to remember he used to have Red Bull, and this was the man, he was in his 20s, and he worked out, like he was physically fit, like you could see it. And he went down. He had a heart attack.
I will say this real quick. If you go to a doctor, and this is one thing, working for a Methodist hospital, that's one thing that I learned. If there's like a poster board with a similar type of drug, from what I understood working at Methodist Hospital, 80% of the patients are prescribed that drug, whether they need it or not. And you have these pharmaceutical people coming in with their little, attaché cases and this and that and everything, and they give out pamphlets and this and that, and the doctors get, their percentage of, the prescription that you write. And I was like, it's a lot of stuff that I saw that, when you get out of it, you talk your ass off. But I'm seeing this, and nurse managers are like, if you want to keep your job, you better learn how to keep your gums closed and everything. And I was like, man, people who didn't need this or whatever, they'll tell you, well, we took your test. They'll hold that paper. I'd be damned if they hand it to you. We took your test, and I'm up here looking and seeing all this, and now you need this and that. Now you need that and this or whatever. And people that I have seen healthy became unhealthy. I'm here in Texas, and it was a lady who, I somewhat knew and everything. She knew, of me, because you see people and you go to conventions and this and that. And this was a little bit after COVID let loose. And she said, Sophia, we had a memo, and it kind of freaked her out. I guess she finally found somebody who, she could just, vent to and everything. That lady said, we were told, and she's a surgeon. She said, we were told to depopulate. So if you go into the doctor and everything, have some common sense or have somebody with you or whatever, don't ever let them say, well, no, we can do this by ourselves, because it's a lot of people and they don't understand what a lot of trafficking is. That's body parts too. That's body parts too. Unfortunately.
I keep telling y'all the track life
know.
ain't easy.
I try to stay in the know.
Man,
And I'll tell somebody. It's sad. But if somebody need, you know what I'm saying, if somebody rich need this and that, they'll find a way to get it. I mean, shit, it's just a green piece of paper with a white man on it. And saying that, yeah, I got a black man. I don't know. I feel like that man when he said, I don't like men no more. Y'all, I got a brother. I feel so good. That's the only thing I was like, God, I can die. I can die happy now and everything or whatever. He's from the West Coast and everything, but he, you know, relocated here. I just told him, you know what I'm saying? Hey, things happen for a reason. Now I just got to let him see why it happened for a reason. But I feel so good.
Congratulations.
I have one question. B-Eazy, you hosting this show?
It's I mean, I'm just contributing. I'm a contributing host to the show.
Okay, because I remember we were supposed to talk about this. I'm like, wait a minute. Are they talking about what I think they talking about after he told me?
Y'all was supposed to talk about the whole racial thing.
Yeah. No,
that's what happened this Thursday. This Thursday.
Oh, I'm sorry. See, Lady E, I attract not me, but I love me. So I got a brother now. So I was like, shit, if I die tonight, I'm good.
Hold on. Lady Phoenix, you saying before that are you saying you had a Brad before, or you had a Brad Miguel, or?
I had Billy Bob. Yeah, I did.
Oh,
you know
Billy Bob Ford. Okay.
Yeah, so he, you know, okay. And he was a celebrity, but he still couldn't feel. You know what I'm saying? Our nature and everything. I talk to y'all. I don't know y'all from, you know what I'm saying, you know, a neighbor next door or somebody.
You had one of the MAGA hat wearers. I got you.
His thing was he never dated a black woman, and that pulled me back then. But his thing was, you know what I'm saying, well, money. And I was like, but dude, I can make that myself. Talk to me about something, this and that. So, you know what I'm saying, with my brother, we can laugh, talk about fish fries, this and that and everything, stuff that's relatable. You know what I'm saying? And then, you know what I'm saying, he got that West Coast vibe and everything. And I was like, hey, you know what I'm saying, I can do some hydraulics that your West Coast ain't got nothing on and stuff like that. So, you know what I'm saying, it's just a certain way that you can talk with your own, and you can laugh and talk about this and talk about that and reminisce about stuff that somebody who don't know what you see what I'm saying, somebody who, you know, so even though they may be some country folks in there, they don't know about it. They ain't never been with, you know what I'm saying, and the first thing he was like, well, some of my stage hands is black. I'm like, oh hell. So you mean they cook and clean for you? They cook and clean for you. And I was like, you know what I'm saying, I can't. And you know what I'm saying? He was like, well, I'm on, you know what I'm saying, the top 10 list of this and that. And I was like, dude, for those females who like money and stuff like that, I ain't mad at them. You know what I'm saying? I go for loyalty.
She wants compatibility.
You see what I'm saying?
So stop trying to throw me under Hink, Bess.
Well, the thing of it is, you know what I'm saying? Go get her. That brother can wipe my forehead. That green piece of paper can't.
Now everybody is saying hold on, but y'all know he control that shit, so hold the fuck up.
Hold up.
You just had to do
it. I enjoy all of it.
Hey, I wanted to ask the ladies on the panel because this ties into the topic, because we kind of were talking about men, and then now it's saying, should America have free healthcare? Forget about the free healthcare, and it doesn't have to be specific to your situation, but if a man is entering in a relationship, with a woman who maybe already has kids, and he's saying that he wants to take care of her, should that discussion come up about healthcare? Like, hey, are you gonna put my kids on your plan, or hey, you don't gotta worry about this, because essentially that person would be assuming the role of a father or a mother figure, which leads to those responsibilities, and the healthcare is one of them. So I would just like to know from the ladies, should that be a discussion? Because we know how important healthcare is and bills and finances. How would that get factored in? So any of y'all can take it away.
I'll go last.
I guess you have to look at the cost. So the cost and what the benefits are. I do know there are, I don't know if it's a state to state basis, but let's say if I'm married and I have my spouse and we work for two different companies, and if one person enrolls under the spouse's health care, and even though the spouse that's the dependent, if their job provides health care, sometimes you have to pay a penalty, which I think is stupid, but I guess it's a way for the insurance companies to get their premiums, I suppose. But at the end of the day, it's all going to boil down to cost.
But just to dig a little bit deeper, what I'm trying to figure out, how would that cost be divided and delineated? Because I know some women will say, which I think is cap, but not all, but some women will say, hey, we're in this relationship. I care about you. I love you. You don't have to do anything for my kids. The reason why it's cap is because if I bring a pizza and your kids reach for a slice, I can't say no. I don't got to do nothing for you, right? If I'm paying the light bill and all of these bills, the kids have access to that as well. So I'm just essentially saying, with the healthcare, it doesn't have to be you, but do you think a woman should say, hey, look, these are actually really my biological kids. I'm going to put them on my healthcare, or I'm going to find a way to pay for them for healthcare, or no, you're the man of the house. You paying for everything. Put my kids on your healthcare plan, or we're going to figure out how you pay, how does that conversation go, or the separation of that specific expense go?
I think as for me, if I were to get married and still had dependents, I don't like the idea of having a separate pot per se. Like, we just have bills and they just got to get paid. It's not a specific person's responsibility. It is us as the providers to make sure those bills are paid. That's just the way that I look at it.
So,
but it's like my kids are under my insurance. I wouldn't force them, force my spouse to say, hey, I'm putting my kids under your insurance policy. Like, we would have to sit down and have a conversation and look at the insurance policies, look at the cost of the premium, look at what's covered, what's not covered, what's in the network, what's not in the network. If anybody is on medication or whatever, what's the cost of this drug through the insurance? Like, I would literally look at all of that to determine what's the best move for us together.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
For me, all of my kids are grown, so
you good.
But here's the cool part about it. But they, they still have stuff like my ex-husband. And me and him, we just decided to go on about our way. My daughter, she met up with her dad and she was like, I love you and mom because y'all didn't bring this drama to my life and everything. But so I'm your firstborn, you really wouldn't there. But if you ever need anything, holla at your girl. So I'm loving her for that and everything because I know that he needs stuff. I know that Ebony has a brother and sister. With my situation, the guy that I just met, he has minors. I'd help out in any way that I could, but he has like a fire job and everything or whatever, so I wouldn't have to do it. We both stay in like like in the suburb part of the Dallas Fort Worth area. But with me, like I don't have like the freebies and this and that. I use Good RX, and that's a program to where they turn around and they kind of like discount, your drugs and stuff like that. So it works out. I don't like doing it, but I like living. But if it was something and he couldn't do it, I wouldn't mind doing it and everything. I'm not one of the females to where I'm gonna turn around and let you have my car and then you pick me up. You're not gonna ever have those type of control or whatever. And I don't deal with jellybacks, so I wouldn't be taking his car or whatever. So I have all of that mess squashed before we even get to the next level and everything. But as far as the kids, man, if they're minors and everything, so I got you. That's what I'm supposed to do as your woman. So I got you if you can't do it because if I don't have it, you gonna turn around and help me. So how I'm gonna turn around and leave your ass hanging and everything, and I'm zippity doo dah zippity day. I've been not.
Thanks, Lady Phoenix. What's up, Queen? You got anything to drop?
What was your question?
I was just asking because since we were talking about the healthcare and should it be free, and then we kind of got into like some relationship dynamics. I was just wondering because typically, I think most people have kids. Either one of the spouse. So when people form their union, whether it's a boyfriend, a girlfriend, or a husband, like what should the conversation be around the health care? Should the biological parents just pay for their kids' health care? Like Lady E said, she doesn't believe in separate pots. Should it all be in the same pot? Like how should that, division of the, healthcare budget go in your, in your belief or opinion?
Well, boyfriend and girlfriend, if those are not your kids, it should go the way it was going before y'all was boyfriend and girlfriend. So it shouldn't be where I'm adding some kids to my boyfriend, my boyfriend's kids to my health insurance. That ain't that ain't.
Is that even legal?
Well, you can
Yeah,
to a
if
certain
you are a
extent, but
legal guardian.
you have to wait. You have to wait. You have to wait. Open enrollment, like you can't just be, and then if you don't last the whole year, you can't take them off just because y'all ain't together. You gotta wait for open enrollment
That's
again.
a big fact right there.
I was just asking because I know here, like you have to prove that the child is related to you, or
So
if there's a marriage between the parents or the adults in the household. But as for having like a domestic partnership, you can't do that here.
even if
You
the
can do
person
you can
has
do a lot
legal
of
guardianship. Yeah, I was gonna say, what about if the person has legal guardianships? Like
Well, yeah, you could do
definitely do
that.
that.
okay,
Yeah,
that's
you
all.
could do it like that way.
And
Okay.
if you're married and you're married into a blended family, I think that's a conversation you would have, and you go, hey, like, you want to keep it this way, or whatever, just like sometimes having health care for one person may be too expensive, so the spouse may go, hey, like, um You want to be added to mine because it's cheaper. So yeah, I just think it's a conversation. But boyfriend and girlfriend, nah, ain't nobody changing nothing.
Boyfriend
Yeah,
and
and ain't
girlfriend,
nobody
they
getting
on
legal guardianship of a kid that's not belonging to them, but
Well, you
they're
can have
refusing to
common
get
law.
married.
But you have common law marriage in, I don't know about the Bay. The Bay is very different. So
I'm pretty sure it's like that because I know even with common law marriage, I think it's 10 years in California. Whether you're married or not, a woman can be entitled to the same benefits of a wife if they've been together for 10 years without actually legally being married.
yeah.
Yeah, that don't fly in the South.
See, here in Texas, you have to apply for like, stuff like that and everything, so they can have it documented and stuff. And them folks they ain't got time. Or we've been together, what I'm saying, 4 or 5 years, and he was like, we've been together 3 months. You got to turn around and apply for the common law thing. Because I know my brother got it, and he had to sell some of his Texas Instruments stock and give old girl like $10,000 when they broke up. Why? Because they had applied for the common law marriage thing and everything, and both of them, was cutting up. She was like, you know what, deuces, just give me my paper. I'm like, wow, I bet you I won't do it.
Cool. M3, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Hey,
M3 making babies.
M3
making
over there
babies.
drinking a rock star.
No, I'm not.
You were sipping on your rock star?
Oh no, man! I don't do that type of stuff.
Okay, my bad.
But no, yeah, what's up?
What you think about the question I posed? Like Queen is saying, hey, you boyfriend and girlfriend, keep your insurance plans the way it is. But if y'all married, then that should be a discussion, because most people that, unless you have a virgin or a childless woman, most people are entering relationships and marriages with blended families. So this is a discussion that you will have to have. What's your position on, the division of responsibilities and, payments when it comes to healthcare, when you're getting a relationship with people that have kids? Like, how do you think that discussion should go?
All right, so hold on a second. All right, lady, I know you have to go, but go ahead and get your rest. But
later, lady.
Good night, sister.
Good night.
Good night, y'all.
All right. So I think and I'm assuming this situation, like if you get into like a blended family, let's say like you're the stepdaddy of like a woman's 3 kids or so. So now the expectation, you guys are married. So now the expectation is not only you got to take care of your wife, as far as help under your health insurance, but you got to put her kids under yours as well too. And depending on the situation, if you don't have like full coverage, or let's just say you're paying copay and you're like Lady E, where she had to spend like a whole bunch of money like per child. I think that would have to be like a discussion where it's like, okay, are you ready to handle all this, to put someone else's kids under your insurance? I think most likely, if you're a blended family, you marry, you're committed, it probably won't be no issue for the stepdad anyway. But for me, I mean, shoot, I would just have to choose someone who don't have children.
I got it. But you think, so just to be clear, with the marriage, you think if someone was married into the blended family, that if the man is the provider and paying all the bills, that he should include the children? Or you just think that they should have a discussion to determine that? Or it should be kind of automatic if he assumes, parental guardianship?
No, everything has to be a discussion, because you want to be prepared. Okay. I mean, like here's the thing. If I was gonna play like stepdaddy to someone else's kid, and depending on how many kids, like, this particular woman have, some of them will be popping out like, like at least like 6 kids or so. And I'm taking that oath and the responsibility to take care of her and the children. Then that's something that I have to already weigh the cost in. That would be something that I would have to have this, a time for me to like think, reflect, and move accordingly. But definitely it would have to be a discussion to it, because maybe there's limitations on how much you could care per child, or maybe there might be some benefits, tax benefits or whatever. But all I can think of is that, like, look, you got to have the conversation no matter what. So that's just what it is.
Yeah, I got you. And just like you said, it depends on how many kids. So according to statistics in America, this is based off 2018 statistics, the average woman in America has 1.7 kids. So, you'll be definitely having to pay between that 1 to 2 range, and you still need to consider, yourself and your spouse as as beneficiaries of the healthcare as well. So, I understand. But like you were saying, if you're not comfortable with assuming this role and assuming this expense and incurring this cost, and just stay away from single moms, you know what I mean? Or just tell them straight up front, like, I'm attracted to you. I want to smash, maybe we can have some good times, but I am not the pappy. You got to tell her that straight up. Don't be like stringing her along. There is some dudes that, some people would revere as beta or simpish or whatever pejorative you want to call them. If they're willing to step up and do a job that you ain't willing to do, you don't need to ridicule them. Just move on to the women or the people that you desire. Because he's a simp because he's a stepdad. I was raised by a stepdad, you know what I mean? And it was a very contentious, but I knew that, I knew that he had love for me. He didn't always have the best ways of showing it, but I grew up with a man in the house, and the man that I grew up in the house was my stepdad. But I didn't call him stepdad. I called him dad because my biological dad, and I'm a junior, I've only seen him like less than 10 times in my life, and, he's been, reaching out to me over the years, but, you can't miss what you never had. But I've had some talks where, I'm definitely gonna at least entertain and engage them on that notion. But I'm saying, like, a lot of people do like try to crap on stepdads and stuff, but it's like if nobody is gonna step up, I'm not advocating and saying that you should. I'm just saying, like,
let me cook after you.
I'm about to land right here. Not everybody wants to be a garbage man, but my people, my brethren from New York on the panel could attest to this. They were well, maybe, I don't know if y'all know about this, but there was I think last year they were like trying to pay people like hundreds of thousands because parts of New York had a rat problem. You know what I mean? And these rats was like the size of cats. You know what I mean? Nobody wanted to do that job. But are you going to be clowning the person that does a rat catcher? You want the rats gone, so somebody has to do it. You want these kids off the street. You want these kids being under some form of tutelage and guidance. So if you ain't going to do it, stop whining about the dudes and ridiculing. He's a beta. Well, let that beta raise a productive citizen, because you ain't going to do it. So just continue smashing thoughts and let the stepdaddies, be great.
Yeah, okay. Let me just say this, right? Now, unfortunately, I don't have my sunglasses fixed yet, right? But, I can always change my avatar, because with greater power comes with greater responsibility, right? Let me tell you this, though. All right? See, beta lives matter, okay? I don't care what people say. Here's the contradiction. And keep in mind, Mansford guys, I will do a topic about you guys tomorrow. Hopefully I'll have enough time to do it at 1 p.m. If not, I'll delay it like a little bit longer. But here's the thing, right? Unfortunately, these people on the stupid space, right, will always be trying to tell people stay away from the single moms or whatever, without no proper context. Now, see, the discussion that we're having, it will make sense if you're not ready to step up to be a father for someone else's kid, where it could be like financial constraints, or you just not really the type of man who's able to really have patience and cater to someone else's children, yet alone maybe your own children. But the problem is, like, everybody keep crapping on the dudes, right, who's actually step up to the plate to really try to like build a foundation for someone else's seed. Honestly, stepfathers, right, are the bravest souls, you know, because those are guys who stepping into the line and they're trying to help give someone else's child a second chance. Maybe they came from a line where they didn't have a father in their life. So another stepdad, you know, took over and helped them to be great. So it's almost like, I won't say it's like an obligation, but it's like you're paying your due diligence to someone else's needs. But yet alone, we always be ranting about, man, this is why black folks, right, you know, we can't build a community. Or why can't we do this? What about the young children that's out there in the streets right now? They have no fathers, they have no this, they have no that. But when you have somebody who be like, well, I'll step up to the plate, then y'all want to mock and make fun of them. So my question is too, and it's usually the men, you know, these dumb men on YouTube or whatever, help it to make sense, okay? Because some of these same dudes that's talking about, oh, don't date single moms, aren't you a stepfather to someone else's mom? You know? So
facts. And then they be lusting over, oh, if I could get a shot at Kim Kardashian when she broke up, who she was a single mom. Oh, when so-and-so break up, as soon as a celebrity break up, somebody will say, oh, I wish I can get a shot at her. Like, that's a single mom. Oh, yeah, but she's a celebrity. So hold on, which one is it? You have an issue with single moms, or you have an issue with single moms that's not celebrities? It gets a bit goofy, and I'm not advocating and saying, hey, go out there and raise someone else's seeds, but it's like M3 and me is saying, who are you to be calling somebody a beta that's going to do a job that you're not going to step up for? Somebody needs to pick up the trash. That analogy that I was talking about, the rats earlier, somebody needs to deal with those rats or they going to run over the city. Somebody needs to be dealing with these young kids or they going to take over the city. So if a beta or a simp avenger wants to come do it, what exactly are you doing anyways? You watching a dude that you call a simp raise kids while you're neglecting your kids? Like, come on, bruh. People gotta have some more respect.
Yeah.
And we are joined by an illustrious guest. B9, is that you for real?
B-Nizzle? Wait a minute, hold on for a second. Let me do the verification, because if you're not saying nothing, then you know what I need to do. Let me go ahead and put the overlay. B-Nizzle, is that you? You gotta connect your microphone. We can't hear you. Okay. Let me put him in the back.
Well, I mean, you look at Simone Biles. Simone Biles was adopted. Was she a throwaway? Her and her sister was in foster care.
Shaq was raised by a stepdad. Was he, was his stepdad?
I'm just saying, like, you play yourself.
Yeah, no, it was so crazy because after, you know what I'm saying, when Shaq was in college and everything and moved on to NBA, then Daddy and them came or whatever, and it was so cool because it was on the Ricky Lake show. Shaq said, much respect to you, but I'm with my daddy, the man who raised me when I needed help, when I needed to talk about gals, when I needed to do this and that. He said, and my mama and daddy did a good job. Look at me. And you know what? Look at that man now. I'm glad he gave praises to his stepdaddy.
And you know what? I actually, to be honest, just for actual accuracy, we call them stepdaddies, but once a man actually steps up in that position, I believe that he has, and this is provided that he is not perfect, but he's doing everything that he should be to be a authoritative, assertive figure leading that household to prominence. I believe that he deserves the title of daddy because when because once he assumes that stepdaddy role, he has to take on all the responsibilities of the daddy. He just is not getting the recognition because of the prefix of the word step before daddy. But when someone comes in and breaks in the house, it's not going to be go save me, stepdaddy, right? No, this is going to be your dad saving you. It's going to be your heroic dad saving you. And I was taught to grow up. The way we do it is like there's no oh, this is my half sister. Like, kind of, what does that really mean? Like, you only half love them, or you only have half a connection. It's either you're my sister or you're not. It's either you're my daddy or you're not. I understand, the reason for the delineation, right? Stepdad, half sister. But it is very reductive and a bit divisive, right? Because I've even heard people say, oh, that's just my half sister. So what does that mean? Like, you would have treated your full sister better or your full brother better? Oh, man, whatever. And this is what happens too. A stepdaddy will have to put his life on the line, put his money on the line. If something breaks around the house, he has to fix it. And then some kids, whenever they get angry, you ain't my daddy. You see what I'm saying? So if we're adding the extra barrier of stepdaddy, that's kind of even leads to the disrespect, because I was raised by, a stepfather, but I didn't call him stepfather. If someone was like, is that your dad? Yeah, that's my dad, If somebody pushes and probes, is it your biological dad? You don't really have to answer that question. You can hit them firm. It's my dad. Like, what does it matter? Like, people are so fixated on putting the step. This is my stepsister. This is that. Are you going to and this is why they're saying they treated me like a redheaded stepchild. Have y'all ever heard that?
Yeah.
The emphasis is not on redhead. The emphasis is on stepchild, which is a implication that you being a stepchild, you're going to get a lesser treatment than the actual child. But when people are wanting the stepdaddy to step up, you don't want him to treat your kids as lesser, but you would allow your kids to treat him lesser. You would allow your family to talk to this man lesser. That's why many are not willing to be a stepdad, because it's a thankless position. It really is. So the people that do it, they really are actually very courageous and brave. Y'all could call them beta. I'll call them brave, because they doing something that you're unwilling to do. I don't, I've done it before, but I don't really know if I could like truly, if that can just be, hey, this is what I desire, or this is what I'm going to essentially settle for. I'm not saying that I wouldn't, because if y'all know about Patrice O'Neal, this is where most people get a lot of their red pill game from. They even tried to call him a simp, because when he passed away, he was with his girlfriend who already had a kid, and they was like, bruh, all this game that you got, why'd you get with a girl who had kids? He was already up in age. I don't know if he wanted to have kids or if they were trying to have kids, but he said, hey, it made him feel good. Like, the kid was calling him dad. He's going on family stuff. Like, right now, I don't have a reason to go to Disneyland, but you get with a girl and she has a little kid. I'm like, oh, well, I could go to Disneyland now, or I could go to the zoo, or I can start doing this stuff. So there are some men that actually would love to raise kids. They can't have kids, so they'll probably would love to raise a kid. I don't think those men should be disrespected, especially when we're talking about we need more fathers. Okay, cool. A stepfather is going to step up. Don't ridicule them. Go ahead, Anthony.
Yeah, hold on for 1 second, B-Eazy. Okay, B9. Is that you?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Cool though.
Yeah, we had to do a verification. We knew the name, but last time we saw a name that we knew. Somebody showed some triple X WAP.
Yeah, I know how nasty these YouTube streets can be. So yeah, I ain't mad at you for that. I was having some technical difficulties.
Okay, for sure.
But I just wanted to come up real quick. I'm here for a good time, not a long time. So I just wanted to say real quick, first and foremost.
Hey, B9.
Hey, everybody. How's everybody doing? Happy New Year to y'all. This is the first time I've talked to y'all in 2023.
I know. I've been trying to get you on the panel. You've been
Salute B9.
But yeah, that's what I called in for. I called in to just say that officially, you already know behind the scenes B-Eazy, but officially, I fucks with you hard, my nigga. Point blank, period. You are a
B9 is one of them
intellectual savant, and YouTube is lucky to have you sharing your wisdom and your knowledge and bringing topics that are going deeper than just on the surface. And I just wanted to touch in real quick and give you kudos for bringing the health insurance thing to the forefront, because these are the serious real life issues that we need to be talking about versus, all this other nonsense, and actually tie that into the nonsense so that it doesn't become nonsense. So kudos to you for that. And the whole point of me calling in is I love that you brought that up, because that brings the whole argument full circle. I love what y'all are saying about the stepdads and everything, because every man, every decent human being loves children, whether they're their children or not. If you don't love children, you're a piece of shit. Period. No argument about that. So it's not about whether you love the kids or not. It's not about whether you want to do right by the kids. It's about when you bring up certain topics like health insurance, that's a special caveat that most single single women that don't have children is something that they not bringing to the table. So when you're bringing an issue like that up, we as men are saying, hey, if we have to have these special conversations and these important conversations, don't treat me like I'm Sam Snead or just Joe Blow. Understand that I'm willing to make this commitment to put you and your kids and whoever else you're bringing to the table and give them the full coverage, not just the protection in the middle of the night, but the protection when you have to go to Children's Hospital. Hold on 1 second, you all.
Yeah, but that's real talk.
I'm gonna add something too, and B9, as soon as you back, just chime in. But I also want to say, for just like how I'm big up in the stepdaddies, I think the women need to be big up in the stepdaddies even more, because they are society is a direct beneficiary, because more fathers in the home producing better citizens, society benefits at large. But if the women who already have children, any person, any man that comes into their life is going to automatically be a stepdaddy, whether he labels himself that or not. So just like any other job position, because being a parent is a job, a full-time job, and it's a position. So these women need to make this job more enticing, right? When somebody wants to work at a corporate job, they'll say, hey, here's the health care package, the 401k. They tell you all the perks of the job. But then with a stepdaddy, it's just like, you're just supposed to be an inherent stepdad. No, tell him what the benefits are. Show him what the benefits are and what value does he receive by bringing his value as a presence of a man. I'll let you rock out B9 because I know you don't got much time. Go ahead, brother.
But no, I'm glad that you stepped in for me, because that was the point that I was making right there, and you just I alley-ooped it, and you just finished it off through the legs dunk. So that's the whole moral of the story, is that we have to understand what we're bringing to the table, and we have to communicate to our women what we're bringing to the table, because it has to be a bartered deal. It has to be a fair exchange. See, the thing about Shaq and other people that you were giving credit to, Shaq is really paying homage to his mother, because Shaq's mother was such an honorable woman to that stepdad. He said, I'm not losing this woman no matter what. I'm not losing this woman no matter 1 kid, 2 kids, whatever the case may be. A woman like this that is going to cater to me and understand my lifestyle and understand my purpose doesn't come along too often. So if she does have a child, so be it. I'm going to do right by this child too, because this woman is going to do right by me. That's the key of it all. You cannot be shamed into being a stepdad. See, the reason that we make a big deal out of the Boyce Watkins thing is not that he's being a stepdad. It's that the woman rejected him in college. The woman rejected him and got married and came back 25 years later with children. That's the caveat. If you never got rejected and you're meeting a woman for the first time and she happens to have a child and she's a wonderful woman, go for it. But don't be the sucker. Don't be the one, like you said, it's tax season right now. Don't be the tax dummy. Don't be the shelter because it's wintertime right now. And then the second it gets warm outside, it's hot girl summer again. Always love children. But the key to loving anyone's child that's not yours, even the key to loving your own children, is having a wonderful woman. That's what the help meet is all about. That's what the support is all about. It's not about all this other nonsense that we talk about. If you can handle the nonsense, then of course you can handle the important shit. The kids, the future. But it's gotten to a point now that we have shit so much on the present, we can't worry about the future anymore. Because if we don't take care of here and now, there is no future. What are we leaving our kids other than a scorched earth right now?
B-Eazy. Not B-Eazy, but B9. I'm
gonna listen to y'all. I'm gonna just go back in the background, listen. God bless you. Love you all. I'll be in touch. We're gonna do a real show. Real show.
Right.
I love you, B9.
Yeah, let me add on to this real quick, right? B9, thank you for coming up. But look, I want you to say this, right? A woman who is willing to give her all to a man, most likely by nature, okay? Most of these men will be willing to give back to her and her children. Like, if it's just natural and this woman is willing to pretty much follow like your program, trust you, follow your lead, love you as what she should be loving you for, not for like a clutch or whatever, but love you enough that, hey, no matter what, I'm still going to stand by his side. When most men feel that, they're going to perform at their best. Everything else?
M3, bro, I got to say this, bro. I want you to finish, but I had to say this because touching on what B9 was saying, since I brought up Shaq, and he was saying Shaq was actually also bigging up his mother so much for valuing the stepdad, right? And like I said, everything wasn't always peaches, with my stepdad. And there'll be times where it's like, man, I never said this, but you thinking to your mama, like, man, why'd you pick this dude and he's all hard on me? But man, this dude ain't my dad. Where's my dad at it? But him being hard on me, it wasn't because he hated me. I don't know if you guys seen the movie Fences, right? With Denzel Washington. His son is looking at him like, damn, Dad, why do you hate me? And he's like, bruh, I don't, you could just watch the movie, but he didn't hate his dad. But I'm just circling all this to say is that when I was young, my sister used to go to they had like these summer camps, right? And I was there with all my cousins. They had the dope pool, it was girls, all the stuff running around. It's fun. And everybody's like, you can swim, right? And I'm like, bruh, of course I can swim. So I'm acting like I could swim because everybody else could. So I didn't want to be, embarrassed and I couldn't swim. And then everybody is doing flips and doing all this stuff. So I'm like, all right, cool. So I jumped in there. Bruh, I was like, oh, snap. I don't know how to swim. I'm over here, start sinking. Bruh, my stepdad jumps in full clothes to save me, but he was like, man, what the F is you doing, bro? I thought you knew how to swim. You know what I told him? I thought I did too. But the reason why I was bringing that point up is because I'm not his biological kid. I could have drowned. He jumped in there to save me. So I'm over here thinking like, bro, you are an a-hole, bro. You always on my case. But when it was time to save my life, he didn't think twice. What matters more? Him telling me to do something, mow the lawn, yelling and getting in my face over frivolous stuff? Would you trade that for someone not being there? For someone not willing to jump in there and save your life? So I just want to say that about the importance of the women valuing the stepdaddy, but also the importance of the impact of the stepdads. Just their presence alone is so influential and impactful. It can be in a negative way, but you can always find positivity out of something. So I just want to say that because he did. If he didn't jump in, I think it was a lifeguard on duty, but he jumped in before them. So I don't know if I would have made it, but that was my air quote stepdad that did that. So I just had to add that in there, M3.
No, you're good. And actually, that's a powerful story because, of course, like, ungrateful kids, right, at the time, they don't realize that. All they remember is like, damn, like, this dude just, like, yelled at me, and he ain't even my daddy. But he cared enough, right, to save me as if he was, like, my own dad. So I like those type of stories, man, like, from other folks because we gotta understand, man, like the same type of people that we're crapping on, these are the same type of people that have bigger hearts. So, kudos to the man that's out there, man, that's loving people's kids, man. So we need more people like them.
Hey, and let me just say this too, because there's a running meme, and I've heard dudes say this, I've seen a dude say that. Whether they in jail, whether they're being deadbeats or whatever. And maybe y'all have heard this phrase, you better not have no niggas around my kid. I'm like, bruh, you ain't even around your kids. You know what I mean? So some of these dudes are saying, hey, I don't approve of the stepdaddy. And I'm not saying you should approve of every stepdaddy, but if you're not active in your kid's life, who are you to kind of dictate what stepdaddy is going to be around? Does it mean that all stepdaddies are created equal? And that they're all going to just inherently have your kid's best interest in your heart? But how wouldn't you know that? Shouldn't you be around? If you were around enough, probably wouldn't have had a stepdaddy to begin with. And even if you and the mom are going your separate ways and your kid is living in a separate house, wouldn't you want someone else to step up? Because there's a lot of marriages and things that split up and kids live with their mom or live with their dad. Are we really saying that we are wishing for your ex to raise your kid without a presence in the house? So that's where dudes try to have it both ways. Man, don't have no niggas around my kid. Okay, dude. You can't say don't have no niggas around my kid and then say single moms are bad.
Well, I think that if I may say something easy, I think that I think when it comes to relationships, relationships now are really multifaceted, right? You know what I'm saying? Even if you look at from a religious aspect, or even what we believe in relationships nowadays, especially in America, it's all over the place, right? So we got to get to the point where we're able to speak to people because now we got freedom, right? So now once you introduce freedom and you say people could literally have whatever relationship they want, however they want it. A woman can have, she can go get artificially inseminated and have 3 babies, or we have a whole bunch of stuff that's going on. I'm not saying any of it is bad or good. You know what I mean? I'm just saying we got a lot of stuff going on. So my thing is that whatever you introduce into it, and you start introducing kids into it, just make sure that you're able to provide those kids with a stable, healthy environment. You know what I'm saying? As you shared, you know, and even with M3 shared in the comments about his dad helping him out as well, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, those things are necessary. So I think, yes, those things are necessary where people need to take care of the kids, need to look after the kids. Nobody's disputing that. But I think in how we do relationships and how relationships are done, we got to speak to all aspects of relationships. We got to speak to all communities and relationships, because if we don't, then our message gets lost. You know what I'm saying? Which is why I don't really kind of touch on relationships a little too much. You know what I mean? I may kind of troll a woman sometime and like, oh, you ain't gonna find nobody. Like, I kind of mess with them, but I ain't really being for real. Like, I think all the women, that we have on here are awesome. But, you know what I mean? I just be doing that for troll's sake. But in all honesty, you know what I mean? I do believe that how relationships are done in our relation to, to children and how we take care of them, what we're teaching them, how we're guiding them, is multifaceted now. You know what I'm saying? And I just think the only thing we shouldn't be teaching kids, this is just my opinion, is about, like sexual preference. Like, I think that's something that could wait till they get older. You know what I'm saying? Wait till they're of age. You know what I mean? Everything else, you know what I mean, how to how to defend themselves, or how to take care of themselves, or women who who decide to be single moms, or who are in a single mom position. There are a lot of single dads. Salute to them. I know we don't talk about enough for the single dads. They exist. There's single dads out there. You know what I mean? So for all these different pockets of people that exist within our country, because we have a lot of pockets of people that exist in our country, how do we speak to all these people, and how do we help get everybody, what I'm saying, feeling that, I guess somewhat unified and somewhat accepted. You know what I'm saying? Because people are not going to stop doing what they're doing, because, like I said, they have freedom. You know what I mean? So freedom allows you to pick and choose what you want to do. And that's where it kind of gets tricky. You know what I'm saying?
Well said.
I agree with you. And shout out to your pops. M3, if you don't mind me asking, is that your biological pops or your stepdad?
I don't know. That's my biological pops.
Okay, I just I just want to make sure. But yeah, that's dope, man. And salute to him for doing that, because that he put his life on the line, and that's what I'm saying. M3's biological dad did that, and my stepdad did that, who was actually my dad. See, when it comes down to saving your life, it's not a stepdad or biological dad. It's your father figure that's stepping in, to save your life. So we just got to be valuing, definitely valuing that contribution a bit more, because it truly is a much needed but very thankless job, man. So
we got to talk about the importance of fathers one day. We got to really have a full show about that. Go ahead, M3.
Yeah, right. I think to not.
I'm gonna set the parameters and send it to y'all.
Yeah, I think to not, differentiate the two. I just say like a man who loves. You know what I mean? A man who loves his son.
Yeah, we got to have a more universal term, because I know a lot of people say that because they put because stepdaddy has a negative connotation. It doesn't have to, but it kind of does, because all people are saying that the stepdaddies are betas and simps. And maybe there are some betas and simps, but who cares, bro? Like, people got to get out of this goofy stuff. You want everyone on the planet to be an air quote alpha? Like, come on, bro. Like, stop. You want everyone to
But
be a gangster, or we
but half
need
the ones who say that they aren't. So, and that's why they still single. Because they
Man,
just bitter. They bitter
mm,
been
mm.
because they keep getting rejected. So they run around like gorillas
Oh,
in the
you-
mist. But they gonna be beheaded and sit in the corner. So anyway,
Man, I just got to say this, okay? In all honesty, all these Mansfield boys, man, they're misguided, they're clueless, and to be honest with you, a lot of them are some straight pussies. Point blank, period. You know, we got like a lot of soft men up here, man, that's creating like a group, formulating them, and honestly, we just got too many personas out there. A lot of these fake dudes that come up in this space, man, they don't even know what the hell they're talking about. They're just regurgitating what. Hell, I don't even think Kevin Samuels talked about stepfathers and all the stuff like that. So I don't know where the fuck they get all this information that is so bad to just be a
giving
father.
props. They calling KS the Godfather. He was telling a lot of these women that they need to get stepdaddies, and then
Exactly.
and then now they're saying that oh, that was simpish and all this stuff. And to the point that Queen was making, a lot of these dudes get on here talking about they have red pill rage, which is the most beta incel energy anyways. So you know what red pill is, at least most people do. But what is rage? Rage is a fit of a violent wrath. Rage is violent and uncontrolled anger. What about that is going to be attractive to a chick? You over here getting on here with uncontrolled violent anger. All women are masculine and they're overly emotional. You know what else is an emotion? Anger. And you can't even control yours. I didn't come up with the term red pill rage. The red pill people did. So let me get this straight. You was blue pill and then you went to start red pill raging. What is the difference between a red pill buffoon and a blue pill beta dude? Y'all both is raging and crying over chicks. The blue pill dude is crying over chicks he can't get, and the red pill dude is crying over chicks that he can't get. How are you any different? How are you in any position to call somebody a beta?
Exactly.
Any dude that's over here whining and crying about chicks, what is alpha about that? Alpha dudes is out there actually leading their lives and helping to, be more productive in the lives of others. And if they wanted to get some chicks, they would be smashing chicks. Instead, you're here doing 12-hour panels, circle jerking virtually, talking about what chicks won't do. Why won't they submit? Because you're an uncontrolled, violent red pill idiot. That's why. Go ahead.
The only difference, B-Eazy, right? And this is the key point that people just really need to listen to. The only difference between red pill and blue pill is that red pill, okay, quote unquote, is just more aware. Okay, they say they're more aware of female and feminine nature. So, so if you're more aware of female nature, then stop being a bitch and stop crying like them, and actually just appreciate that you have the understanding of being the best version that you can be, so you don't take women's emotions seriously, but instead you take the place of their emotions, and you become an emotional beta male no matter what. I don't care how red, purple, green, black, white, whatever type of pill that you're that you're popping. By the end of the day, ain't none of these women gonna respect you. But you know what? This is the funny part too, though, because all these manosphere dudes, they come up in this space, they talk about black women. There's black women that, even though we have good women on this panel, and even good women around who are black women, you still try to find some type of way or some type of excuse.
She's a single mom. That's what they gonna call it.
Oh yeah, look, she's aggressive, or she'll die, get a dog and the cat and die alone. But yet, who are you with? And then when you go out there to, well, if you have the money to go out there to different countries, don't be the passport dude that went out there, tricked on a couple of like Spanish ladies, and then pretty much came to the airport broke, crying to your fans.
Oh, I didn't know. Did you see that? I didn't know you seen that.
Look. Tomorrow's gonna be a day, man. Look, every man's gonna be crying by the time I get through.
Dude is begging for donations to get back to the States. I'm like, cuz.
M3 saying we ain't having no jelly bags. Not tonight. Not today.
M3 ain't playing right now.
But look, shout out to y'all dad. I just want to say that real quick. M3 and Easy, man, y'all dads rock. Y'all dads rock. My poor Coco, bless her heart, with a little self, with the little lady syndrome. She got jumped on by 5 or 6 kids, and you know, she made it and everything. But I'm like, man, if Sean had been there, he would have, you know, protected his daughter and everything. It was some, you know, some technical difficulties, but he made the choice. And you know what I'm saying, it makes a big difference when a man is there versus a man that's not. Now I was talking to a naval lieutenant and everything, and swear up and down he 5'6". No, dude, you 5'3.5". But it don't even matter, because you took Coco to her first father-daughter dance, and y'all may not talk now, but when a little girl is, you know, they have these things. And the ones who hurt, who hurt are the ones who didn't have anybody. I don't care if it was like a coat stand. If they didn't have nobody to dance with, those were the heartbroken little girls. And you know what I'm saying, even though, you know what I'm saying, you may think that you short, man, you was every bit of a man to my daughter that night. And her, you know, her big Shaka Khan hair and her pretty little, you know, some cream dress and everything. And man, he made her night. He made her nice. So shout out to the men who y'all think it ain't enough. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And God bless y'all.
God bless you.
Thanks for sharing that story. It's been some powerful stories shared, and that is really like heartwarming for me to see. And like B9 was saying, bro, I don't even have kids, but people be like, bro, you so good with kids. Like, how many you got? None. You know, but I do raise and help mentor kids. It's just not my kids. The kids that I'm coaching and helping, they are being raised. They are being mentored. They're not, you know, my kids, but I still like care about them. You know, I still love them, you know, and they still love me. So you can still make a contribution. You feel me? If you want to think that I'm beta for helping someone else's kids, then come pull up on me and say that. You feel me? And I'll let these young kids, you feel me? I'll let them handle you. I don't even have to do nothing. I'm telling you, bro, these young boys is jumping higher, bench pressing more, and all they looking for is for someone to just believe in them. Someone really to just be there, bro. Like Lady Phoenix was saying, some people just want you there. I remember when I was walking out on the football field, usually at like homecoming, or like they have like parents' night or something. I didn't have anyone to walk out with, so I had to walk out with the coach. You know, other people were walking out with their parents. You think they're not going to remember that? You know, you think people won't remember daddy-daughter dances? It don't matter once you're 40 or 50, 60, you still remember those times. And even if he wasn't still around, you can't take those memories. My boy told me that, like, they could take your money, they can take all this stuff, but they cannot take your memories, you know? And even some of those memories that you thought as a child was, man, this was a very torturous, harsh memory. But then when you get older and see it from a different perspective, you like, man, I was actually being an entitled brat. It actually wasn't that bad, or maybe it was bad, but I needed that pain for growth, you know, because pain is inevitable. But what are you going to use that pain for? You know, are you going to use that pain as the rocket fuel to burn down a building, or are you going to use it as the fuel to build up a building? It's the same pain, but just how is the energy directed and transferred?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, most definitely.
And shout out to all of the moms like myself who ain't got sons, but I got invited to the Louisville football thing or whatever because they know I'm loud, they know I'm ghetto, and I'd be like, "No, don't you put
Right.
your hands on him. You better not put your hands on." I'm that one. I was like, I throw all this chicken in my purse at your head. You better not touch that baby. And so that's me. I love it. I rock it. I give them something or whatever, and they was like, don't throw no chicken out your purse. Granny, I ain't got none, but you know what I'm saying? They know that verbally I got their back and I'm gonna do something to, you know what I'm saying, put the attention on them. And believe it or not, the kids who don't have nobody, they like that. And you know, so I like rock. I wanted to be in the Air Force. Been a diabetic since '78, so I had to rewrite that script. It's a lot of stuff that I wanted to do. I just have to rewrite the script. It's not for me to have a son. I got that, and so I understand that. So every baby, you know what I'm saying, if I can help them, if I got something and you need it, then it's yours. Why? Because I mean, that's what I'm supposed to do as an older black woman. I'm gonna do that. That's what makes me happy. You know what I'm saying? I used to cry because I didn't have a son. Now I was like, it's too many babies to cry. You know what I'm saying? Pay for this field trip or make sure they do this or, you know what I'm saying? Holler for them when they doing this and that. And they love it. They don't have to remember my name. They just know that somebody had love for them. And that's what we supposed to do.
Yeah, and we need more love in the society. And I know sometimes selfishly people have thought of this fairy tale life. I'm gonna have two little girls and two boys, and they gonna be 6 feet tall, and I'm gonna name them this. Some people it's not in the cards for them to have sons, and I know some people that have multiple sons, and they wanted a daughter, and they pumped out another son. But if you don't have a son or a daughter, you can still value someone else's son or daughter, because if you have a daughter, you want your daughter to eventually marry someone else's son, which will become your son. So we still need to value each other's
Exactly.
sons and daughters as well, because if I grow up in a neighborhood, whether I have kids or not, I don't want I don't want my neighbors' daughters, being super thotted out. I don't want my neighbors' sons being super thugged out. You know, I want to have them see the value in themselves. And sometimes people think, hey, man, I wanted a son. Oh, well, look, you can still help the boys and your kids and kind of vicariously live through them. Some of them will actually be closer to you than their actual parents. And that happens many times with some of the kids. They talk to me and I'm like, bruh, did you even tell your parents that? He's like, I'm not trying to have this awkward conversation. And it's true, like certain conversations, you're not really trying to talk to your mom. I didn't ever talk to my mom about sex or anything like that. I don't really know how that, you know, conversation would have been. I know she talked to my sisters about it, but I didn't really have no long sit down about that. It's like, hey, you took sex ed or whatever. So a lot of these young men definitely, they got a loving dad, but they're like, do I really want to go to my dad about advice for this? But hey, if it's just a coach or a mentor or a big brother, oh cool, I could just lay it on him. And it's the same thing with daughters, they may love their mama, but it's like, oh, I'm a little embarrassed to ask my mama about this, so I'm gonna ask someone else. Who else are they gonna ask? Someone has to step up. Someone has to be a positive role model and guiding light to steer them this way. Like, look, when I was your age, I was cutting up, I was doing this, went to jail, did this, shot at, blah, blah, blah. It's not even worth it. Live vicariously through me and my struggles. People understand that all the time when they see their kid on the football field throwing a ball, like, yeah, man, that's my son, right? You're trying to live through them. Let him or her live through your struggles. Look, I messed up. I did this. I was ratchet. I did this. You don't need to do it. I already did it for you. All you need to do
Oh
is soak up this
man.
knowledge that I'm giving you. So some people that wish they had daughters and sons, go adopt someone or start a program where you can recruit the sons and daughters of the neighbors and build something else. Some of these young boys need a purpose. Man, have them kids mow your lawn or build something for you. A lot of times they'll be happy to do it. Take them on a field trip. You don't. Of course, these are, unless you have an organization, these are, typically people you want to know. You want to talk to their parents first, because now with all of this Me Too and grooming type of stuff, I don't want to be
Exactly.
like that's why I just work with the
And
boys.
they and they they will definitely twist your words. Man, Easy, why you up here pulling my scab off? Because you know what? I wanted my mama to do everything that you said. It just wasn't meant to be. I love my mama to death. My mama couldn't stand my dirty drawers, my clean drawers, and stuff like that. I learned about being a woman, some of the stuff that women go through from my librarian. I'm crying. I didn't even know that girls go through stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? She just didn't connect with me. And I remember, saying, asking her, Mama, can I come home? Can I come home? She was like, uh, I would, but you would make me look bad. I told you to get out, and what would I look like letting you come home? So when you got somebody that can pick you up, I promise you, it can be a crackhead. Man, the joy of, what I'm saying, the people who let me just take, so I had diabetic needles. I was like, go on and take them because they let me have a bite of burger. That's how bad it is for, what I'm saying, some people, especially when folks don't do you. But I'm feeling you on that YouTube and stuff like that, because it's a poor lady here. I can't speak Spanish, but she's 39. And, what I'm saying, she has some mental issues. And what I do is, show her how to grow stuff, do this and not that. I put her phone down because she knows TikTok and WhatsApp and laying on her back. And that's it. If I don't hold her hand while she walking, she'll run out in the street. And I was like, how can she's 39. We planted some pak choy on my patio. And I remember showing Bolo TV. And I was like, you know what? I love doing this because, you know what I'm saying? I don't want her at any age to have to lay on her back for a candy bar. But folks do that and everything. You just got to show somebody that you love them and everything. As far as, what I'm saying, the adoption, I'm going to look into it because I was asked to be a surrogate. I'm like, no, I'm crazy. They was like, no, you good. You good. You well-rounded. I was like, probably not. I'm old. I ain't trying to turn the clock back. I like the clock going forward and everything. So I'm glad you say adoption because I qualified to adopt in 2008. I got to be mentally, I'm almost together, physically, even though I'm in my 50s. You know what I'm saying? I don't have bat wings. I don't have the turkey gobbler and everything. You know what I'm saying? I know that if it's a boy, he going to be out, doing hurdles with me. And if he in a wheelchair, he gonna be shingling roofs and stuff like that. I'm like, nope. You can do it. You can do it and everything. So what I'm saying, I may turn around. I wouldn't mind doing big brothers and big sisters, but I definitely get a bigger place and adopt some teenagers.
Yeah, I'm definitely considering that as an option as well, because also, when other people are saying F them kids, a lot of other people are saying, no, run them kids, because there's a lot of someone like you, Miss Phoenix, you actually have empathy and a compassionate heart. These other people are capitalists and see these kids as a means to get another bag, because a lot of them, when they get adopted, depending on if it's a certain program, the government will give them a monthly stipend to help with the kids. And since they have legal guardianship, they have access to all their information, socials and everything, so they can write them off as a tax return as well. And they do this all the way up until they're 18. And you know what happens? They don't say, hey, I've adopted you and you're part of the family. Most of those kids kind of just get kicked to the curb at 18. But for the whole time that they're a kid, they're acting like, hey, we love you and we're your parents. But that's why they say they're your foster parents. Legally, that's what they are. But when I adopt someone, these kids are looking for, whether if they're foster parents, step parents, the kids are looking for them to assume an actual parental role without the caveats, without the preface. And that's why I was talking about the stepdaddy. These kids are looking for someone to step up and be an actual daddy. So they want these kids that are getting adopted need actual parents, not someone that can hide behind, oh, I'm a foster parent. What exactly does that mean? That you're not going to love them as much as a biological parent? So why are you even adopting a kid to begin with? I'm just being facetious because I know in many cases, not all, it's about the money. And don't take my word for it. Just look it up. When those kids turn
You
18,
ain't
they
lying. You
do
ain't
they stay?
lying at all. Nothing that you saying is lying. I'm gonna tell you something. I've never been to Florida. Ex Ebony, how many times she been to Universal Studio? How many times, you know what I'm saying, they done turned around and done did this and that. This is what they hear. Oh no, y'all, I'm gonna pay for it and everything. Mama gotta work. You got your clothes, you got your, your secret money in your pouch and stuff like that. I don't regret a damn thing or whatever. I never told them you ain't got no daddy or whatever. I'm the daddy. I ain't swinging nothing. I'm just your mama, and I work. And if you have some kids, you better work for them too. You better work for them too. That's what I show them. My kids, you know what I'm saying, only, East Coast now, you know what I'm saying, working and stuff like that. They work hard, so they play hard. They're gonna get their vacation time on at least 5 different places out of the US and trying to go overseas or whatever. Mama, we're gonna take you too. I'm like, you know what? Do your thing. I get my happiness and joy from y'all. I don't regret it. Like I said, so everybody got their own story and everything. Mine, if they good on God, I'm good too. I'm gonna turn around and get me some babies and everything, and have a stack and everything. And they know if I have any money, secret money, this and this and that and that. That's why a lot of these kids got the little field trip money. I'm making sure their senior dues and stuff paid. I don't eat every day. Last year, was it last year? I went through all of that stuff or whatever. I was getting Meals on Wheels, believe it or not. I was so mentally off, getting swindled and stuff. Thought I was adopting a baby and everything, and money got taken and stuff like that, then got swindled. And it broke me down to where, I didn't think I was going, make it. So I got to let them know, hey, I had a bad time, but I'm okay now. I'm not looking back and everything, and I have stuff tucked away. My kids know where my little compartment is. One thing about an old person, they got some money hid somewhere. And I told them people, I was like, y'all go feed somebody else. I mean, I was so depressed. I wouldn't even eat one time a day. I'm like 5'4", 168 pounds. I gotta stop eating now. I gotta get out and everything. And I want some little boy or whatever to get a scholarship. I want a girl to be, another FloJo. I want to do that and everything. The fire department who, who picked me up off the floor and everything or whatever. I'm talking to some people now. Why? Because ain't nobody else talking for them. You turn around, you find a sponsor and everything. Hey, I got a baby. I want to adopt and everything or whatever. It's Dr. Pepper and 7-Up. Can you go, can I get something to, some sponsor on them to, so they can have something to drink? You don't have to be rich to open your mouth and be an advocate for somebody. Hey, it's big brother, big sister. Some people looking for it by next year. They like that right off. They don't want to give money. They want to help somebody. Thing of it is if you owe Miss Sophia, you turn around and you ask for these babies. Hey, they at this school or they at that school. Can you get this and that? That's a write-off for them. That's taxes that they don't want to pay. The thing of it is that they don't have nobody to come in a business suit or to go press your hair and everything or whatever. And, come and be an advocate for them. To show them some love. I'm not the richest person, but I can show a baby some love. If he on the track team, if somebody playing softball, then you get somebody who can help. I talk a lot. I got the gift of gab. I want them to be nourished. I want them to get all the help that they can get. And that's my gift. Long as it's any baby that's, it's a needing. I turn around and eat a cold can of green beans before I turn around and let you not go on a field trip. I ain't looking for shit. I just, I want them to be happy. That's what's gonna make me happy.
Bravo, lady Phoenix. Bravo.
M3, you closing out, dog?
Yeah, man. I think it's about that time, man. So
Yes, sir.
Everybody's winding
It's
down.
definitely been a fruitful stream. It's about that time.
Yeah, y'all.
I'll say, like, in closing, I'm definitely enjoying these type of conversations, and I just look forward to like many more of them. B-Eazy, tomorrow is Tuesday. Are you and Big Rigs having a stream tonight? I mean, tomorrow night.
Yeah.
Okay.
According to Big Rig, unless something changes or you got some improv you got to do, let me know.
No, it's all good. I mean, but most likely I'll probably be waiting for Riggs, because Riggs.
Hold on. If it's up, then it's stuck, man.
Yeah, we all gotta hold on. We all gotta hold on and wait. Hey, but that they hit so much different when just the timing is just impeccable. And I know that lady E1 earlier. I know Mr. Best threw his up.
That one was hilarious,
bruh. That one was so funny because just the timing. It just made it hit so much different, bro. But yeah, that's on point.
Yeah, man. Anyways, thank you everybody for tuning in to Knowledge and Relationships.
And hold on, M3. We didn't even have to play the one of yours with the one question.
Hey, man. Yeah, I noticed that. I was like, all right, cool, man. Like, hey, I didn't trigger nobody tonight.
We almost did with the high value nerd. Shout out to the high value nerd.
One question led to a whole bunch of anger and hostility. Come on, man.
Come on, man. What are we talking about?
Oh, okay. All right.
But yeah, that's always a classic. But yeah, it was super fruitful because even with the like the broader dynamics of the discussion, it wasn't like a huge disagreement. Most of this stuff is just opinions and people's perspectives. So some things don't really have a right and wrong answer. Some things is just based on your beliefs, your circumstances, your environment, and then some facts are just facts. I think we were able to like hash that out, and I think everyone that came up made a solid contribution. So, and I'm always welcoming, either smoke, contrarian views, because it just makes you that much sharper, especially when you intellectually sparring, you need a sparring partner that whether they land a punch on you or not, they at least need to be formidable and, have the propensity to be able to lay a shot, but I'm leaving this stream unscathed.
All right. Well, definitely well said. Be easy for president. But anyways, everybody, thank you for tuning in.
Hey, B-Eazy and M3 hang back after the outro, yo.
Oh, yeah, definitely, for sure. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. And we are out. So let me go ahead and play the outro and disappear like Thanos. Peace.
knowledge and relationships.